What's going on?
Howdy, Ape.
Your notification earlier said 10:05 p.m.
Oh, well,
Not
I fucked
10:05.
that up.
It said this stream is coming on in 12 hours. Do you want notification? I was like, fuck no, I'll be in bed.
Oh, well.
What you up to there, my friend?
Just got unloaded, and I'm heading back to Laredo.
Picking up a load in Laredo then?
Yeah, I will be after waiting for a day and a bit. I'm going to do a 34-hour reset while I'm there.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Oh, that's right. You're getting your truck worked on, aren't
Yeah.
you?
Yep. So I'm just pulling out of Allen or McAllen.
You gonna stay in a hotel?
You know, it just depends on how long
You gonna
it
have to
takes
get a
me to
hotel
do it.
then while your truck's in the shop?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But if it happens, it happens.
Are you taking it to like a Love's where they got repair center?
No, we
Or
have
different?
we have a hub in Laredo. That's why I get so many jobs down there.
Okay.
It's our main international transshipment station with Mexico.
Oh, so you've got mechanics on duty then?
Right.
There at the place? That's cool. Is that where your boss is that has been fucking you around for the last couple of days?
Unfortunately not.
You could go visit.
Yeah, we'd have a little chat.
You could go have a sandwich.
Yeah.
He could have a knuckle sandwich, and you could have yourself a fried pork sandwich.
No, that fucker's in Salt Lake City.
Ah. I'll tell him have a Coke and a smile if it doesn't go against his belief system.
It does. They can't have caffeine.
Yeah, until they bought Coca-Cola or Pepsi, then they could.
No, they still can't have caffeine.
Yeah, well, I know a couple of Mormons that do.
Yeah, I know. You always want to assume the best.
So you're heading back to Laredo. So you.
Yep, yeah. Heading back to Laredo. Yeah. There was no giant fucking traffic jam because of a fiery wreck on the highway.
Then, and then you're going to be.
Well, we'll see. We ran into.
That looked like I couldn't really see.
We ran into 3 fucking traffic jams yesterday on the way here, where I expected none.
What was on fire there in that last one?
The car.
Oh man!
There was the monkey in the middle got on fire.
It wasn't a Tesla, was it?
No. It looked like a late model Camaro. You know, early 2000s, mid 2000s Camaro. And it was fucked up. I'd be surprised if people didn't die in that one.
So they rear-ended somebody, and then somebody smoked them, and they must have lit up the fuel tank system on them and burned them up.
Yep. That's what it looked like.
Dang. That ain't good.
Nope.
Boy, it's a overcast day there, huh?
Yeah. It was super, super foggy this morning. Now it's just sort of misting, like it has a tendency to do around here. That's their version of fucking rain, mist.
Yeah. It's 26 here and sun shining. It was 4 degrees it was 2 degrees when I got up this morning. So the frost was pretty heavy on the windshield.
Yeah. It was 71 when I got up, and it's 75 now.
I feel so bad for you getting all sweaty like that. I tried, excuse me, Indy wanted to talk to me last night, and I was going to bed, so I texted him that I caught him in Discord. He sent a message to me, and I said, well, give me a holler tomorrow. I'm by myself at work, so I tried calling him a couple minutes ago and didn't get nothing. So I don't know if he works on weekends or not, because, he works for, does automobile stuff.
Well, Indy doesn't do automobile. He does, for a living, he does the airplane thing.
Oh, I thought he was UAW.
No, he makes the Go Fast machines.
So I don't know if he has weekends off or not. So he said he was going to try to get a hold of me. I figured I had a few minutes where I wasn't doing nothing, so I thought I'd give him a holler. But I got I'd say answering machine, but they don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
God, remember answering services?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I knew a couple guys that had that, and I was like, what do you have that for? Well, never know when somebody needs to get a hold of me. And I'm like, are you a doctor? Well, no. How much does it cost? Well, it's like $16 a month or some shit like that. And then, of course, they had to have a beeper.
Right.
Most everybody I knew that had a beeper was slinging dope. They were the only ones that needed a beeper.
I didn't have any type of external communication device until I got out of the Navy and stopped being an electrician. I started installing fiber optic cable for Time Warner.
Yeah.
And I had to get, I can't remember what it was fucking called, but it was like half radio, half telephone.
So it went over, you could like radio frequency?
Well, it had like this walkie-talkie function. And it also had a telephone. Because I had a couple of guys working with me, and we'd have to fucking coordinate.
Was it one of them ones that every time you clicked it, it chirped?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. Like construction guys on construction crews would have them, and they could talk to anybody else in the gang or the crew, and they'd be miles away from each other. But every time you click the damn thing, it would let that chirp out.
Right. That's the fucking deal. And when we were tensioning the fiber optic lines, we had to fucking coordinate with each other. So.
Yeah, I can't remember what the hell those things were called.
I can't either, but they were a pain in the ass.
But all the construction companies.
They were big. They were fucking big and bulky. It was like having a fucking couple of granola bars.
Yeah. I think the first cell phone I ever got was 1998, and I had 30 minutes a month on it. I carried it purely for emergencies because I was driving about 32 miles each way to work. So in Wyoming, so through some pretty rugged country, so that half the time the phone didn't have a signal. So if you would have had a problem, you'd have to walk to the top of the next hill.
Right. And Then when I worked for Beechcraft, I didn't need a phone like that. So I didn't carry anything. If you wanted to get a hold of me at Beechcraft, you could call the fucking phone on my desk. Then when I went to work for Raytheon, they gave me a BlackBerry. Back when Blackberries were cool.
Yeah, it's amazing that there's and a lot of people that watch. Mm-hmm. I think Blackberries were actually the best cell phones they had for quite a long time.
Yeah, I liked my BlackBerry. The fucking charge on it lasted.
I remember having one. Days. They gave me a BlackBerry when I was out on the road as a traveling mechanic, and that was just 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a lot of these young guys out here that don't know what it's like to live without a cell phone.
Yeah. I prefer it.
I was trying to remember what it was like to live without a microwave.
God, I remember when microwaves first came out for consumer use. Holy shit. My parents' friends got one. And we're like, oh, wow, look at this thing. What can you do with it? Really cool, but watch what it does to a marshmallow.
Yeah. I remember the Amana radar range.
Yep. I think our first microwave came from Montgomery Ward's.
Oh, Monkey Ward's.
Yeah.
We had a giant Monkey Ward's in town when I was growing up. It was a 2-story department store, and it was huge. Montgomery Ward's.
Ours wasn't huge. Ours was like a storefront where they would you would pay your money, and then whatever you had ordered out of the catalog would come in, and they'd call you, and you'd go back. It was sort of like a post office.
Just like a Sears and Roebuck store it was just the storefront, or you could go in and look at their refrigerators and washers and dryers, and that's all they had. But then you could order stuff there too.
Right.
Yeah. No, we had a brick and mortar building, Monkey Ward's, and it was one of the bigger stores as I was growing up. And then it went the way of the dodo bird. It turned into, oh, what the hell was it? It used to be it was called the Crescent, which was a higher end, kind of like a Bon Marché or a Macy's. It was a higher end department store, and it was called the Crescent. And then they had Monkey Ward's was in there. And then when that closed down, I think Burlington Coat Factory moved in there, and I don't even know what it is now. I think they tore that building down. I'd have to go next time I go home. I'll have to drive by there and see, or it's something else now. It hasn't been Montgomery Ward in, oh shit, I've been down here 27 years, so it's probably at least 25 years it hasn't been around.
Oh yeah, Montgomery Ward's closed a long time ago.
Yeah, they sure did.
Oh my God. I just saw one of my fellow drivers driving with a fucking mask on, alone in his cab.
Oh yeah.
You can really tell that you're down here in Democrat land, because there's this one, the bottom sliver of Texas along the Rio Grande is all blue. Everything else in the state, except for Austin and Houston, is red.
Yeah. Yeah, I was at that funeral yesterday, and we're all in this church, and there was a couple hundred people in there, and one person was wearing a mask, and they were probably under 30 years old, male, wearing a mask. And then when we went to the reception at the Eagles club. He was walked in there out of his suit because he was a family member of the deceased.
Well, you got
He
it
walked
wrong
in.
already. That wasn't a
What?
man.
Well,
You said male, and I.
yeah. So he walked into that reception and he had changed out of his suit and was still wearing that mask, and then walked over, grabbed a beer, and started talking to his brothers and some other people. And then the mask came off and was underneath of his chin while he was standing there talking to people drinking a beer. I'm like, huh, mask is really doing you a lot
Yeah,
of good.
things to make you go, hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny looking. You really stand out when you're the only one out of 200 people. And we had people in there that were in their 80s and 90s at that funeral, and they weren't wearing masks.
Right. Well, nobody likes to wear the fucking face diaper.
I still see people around here wearing them. And you know, it's surprising. And I've mentioned it to a couple of people. The most people I see that are still wearing it are blacks and Hispanics. And they were the first people in my area that started wearing the masks. And I work with some Hispanics and I work with a couple of African Americans. And the Hispanics were the first ones to wear it, and they were the first ones to go get the shot. And I don't know if there was just a panic in their community, or if their community, people, the leaders of their community said, oh, you need to go do this, because a lot of them are more liberal sided or vote more blue. And I don't know if it's purely on political lines that people were jumping to the mask, or if it was an ethnic thing. I really
Well,
can't tell. I mean, we
Hispanics
don't.
are a lot of them are like part Indian, right? And the Native Americans got hit the hardest because they've got weak immune systems to begin with.
Well, I know that stuff goes through the diseases go through the reservations pretty rapidly, because a lot of it is lifestyle choices and
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Because I mean, there's a lot of venereal disease and a lot of drug use and stuff, and that's going to affect you tremendously on your immune system.
Right, but just historically they've had weak immune systems. That's why they had almost an 80% die off when the Europeans showed up, just because the Europeans showed up and there was a bunch of fucking diseases they'd never seen.
Well, just another the white man bringing them down, man. Literally.
Yeah, but we were exposed to the diseases that they had over here that our ancestors never saw, and it was just like, nah.
Yeah. It's
where
it's
people
it's
were
still
really,
strange.
where the whites were really dying off was fucking in Africa. There's a bunch of diseases there that the honky blood was not ready for. But hey, they ran through the fucking population, and now we can take it.
Exactly. We're all survivors. Because if we weren't survivors, that would have meant our ancestors wouldn't have been survivors, because we wouldn't be here.
Oh, I see what I fucked up on last night. It wasn't Barracuda, it was Barracoa.
Oh, is that the meat market you're looking at right there?
Yeah.
So that's the name of the place that serves menudo.
Well, this is a different market, but it's Barracoa. And I've seen Barracoa before, and I just didn't, I glanced at it last night and I read Barracuda.
Well, there's a barbacoa, which is a type of meat.
Yeah, barbacoa. That's what I've got. What I'm looking at, Barbacoa.
I think barbacoa is actually the cheek meat out of a cow. It's very tender. They make it and put it in tacos. It's delicious.
Yeah, and so they had
Yeah.
barbacoa menudo.
Okay. That makes a little more sense than barracuda menudo.
Yeah, it does.
It's all starting to come together. Yeah, I've had there's a Mexican joint down in out in another town from me that they do barbacoa tacos, and they only do it limited because there's only so much cheek meat on a cow. So when they get a batch of it made,
God, I
it
wish
goes
that was a
pretty fast.
yeah.
It's some of
I'm
the
gonna
most tender
go and
meat.
draw. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably try menudo because I'll try about any food one time, but I could probably guess that it
Menudo actually,
wouldn't be my favorite.
if you don't think about what's in it, it tastes really fucking good.
That's what everybody told me down when I lived in Denver. They said, "Man, if you ever get a real banging hangover," he says, "go eat some menudo. You'll feel so much better." And everybody said it too.
It's true. It's true. Ah, 50-cent fucking tacos. God damn it. I wish I wasn't in this truck.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to try a barbacoa taco or a burrito, get it. It's
Oh,
really
I've
good.
had it before. That's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so tender. It's unbelievable how tender that the old cheek meat is. Boy, it'd be nice if they had like a little shuttle service from your yard to take you around, go get something to eat or something. That would be nice of them to do, but I highly doubt that'll happen.
Well, what we do in that case is we go over to personal transport or whatever they call it. And as long as we don't go over 100 miles, they don't care.
Oh, for actually
Yeah,
using a
personal
truck,
conveyance. Yeah,
personal
yeah,
conveyance.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 100 air miles, isn't it?
Uh, I just was told don't drive more than 100 miles, and nobody will care.
Yeah, because I know that the deal with um, actually needing there's a bylaw in there about if you're under 100 air miles from your base and you will be coming back to it in that day, there's some specialty deal. I think it might be for like the agricultural, because a lot of the beat trucks, none of them have. A lot of those guys don't have CDLs. They're driving like the dump trucks and stuff, and
Right.
they're over 26,000 pounds. And then I got into it with one of our semi drivers. He said, "Whoa, 100 air miles is 100 miles," and I was like, "No, we
Not
looked it up.
exactly.
It's 116 miles. 116 air miles or 118 air miles is different than 100 miles of radius, because an
Right.
air mile is different."
An air mile is 1 second of, um, like if you have a circle, is degrees, minutes, and seconds. An air mile is 1 second of at the radius or at the equator.
I'm having a hard time picturing that in my head.
Okay. Well, you got 360 degrees, right?
Yeah.
And in every degree, there's 60 minutes.
Okay.
And in every minute, there's 60 seconds. There's 60 hours, 60 minutes, and 60 seconds in every degree. Well, there's 60 hours per degree. There's 60 minute per hour. Now these are measurements of angle, right?
Okay.
And then there's 60 seconds per minute. So if you go to the equator and you draw out the circumference of that equator of the Earth, 1/3600th of a degree is an air mile. Or as it's the same as in the ship. It's a nautical mile, but an air mile and a nautical mile are the same thing.
Okay.
So, to not confuse people, because there's air everywhere. You say air mile to people who, when it's a land-based unit.
Well, I know that 1064th is how much Indian old Pocahontas has in her.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren. So she has 1 air mile worth of Indian in her.
Actually, she's got more than an air mile. She's got like she got 3 air miles in her.
Oh, dang, yeah. She should have went to Harvard for free and skipped the line and went to the front.
She did.
Bitch. I know. Fucking lying bitch is what she is.
Yeah.
I almost guarantee if I did a DNA test, I'd have more Native in my blood than she did. Because when the Irish came over, and Irish Scottish came over from Europe and went through Canada and came down through Michigan, I guess I had a great grandpa that his wife was a northern Michigan native, and they called them blue hairs. I don't know what tribe they are up there, but they say that their hair in the sun, their hair is so black that it looks blue when direct sunlight hits it. It looks like a dark blue.
Cool.
And so the nickname of them were blue hairs, I guess. But yeah, so somewhere down the line, I've got some native blood, but it would be so far out that I wouldn't be able to build a casino tax-free or anything like that.
No, you've got to be basically a quarter, 25% or more to get any of if that's what the rule is for the Cherokee. Because I got a little Cherokee in me, but not enough to fucking qualify for any of that shit either. I'm like you. There's somebody back in the day was banging an Indian.
Yeah. I thought about doing one of those like 23andMe's, and then I realized who owns that, who runs 23andMe. It's Susan Wojcicki's sister, and YouTube gave her money to start that business, that 23andMe. Now, if you get DNA samples from people all over the world, you can compose a database.
And they have.
Because they've solved murders.
There's talk about those fuckers actually using that information to build tailor-made diseases or tailor-made viruses.
Yeah, that would affect certain people.
Yeah.
It kind of
there was
seems
a book a long time ago by Frank Herbert called The White Plague, where somebody did exactly that.
Yeah. Yep. I would not be surprised at all that they're doing that. I'm watching this video. I was telling you about that website I found the other day called Concrete, but it's spelled with a K. And they're talking about, I'm still about 3/4 of the way through that video about that guy that says he's being targeted by the government with direct energy weapons and using infrasound against him. and it makes him sick and gives him headaches and everything. And the other guy's a Harvard and MIT uh, graduate, old dude, and he's talking about all the stuff that he used to work on for the government, because he was actually recruited by he said he was recruited as a scientist to work on certain programs. What he didn't realize that he was recruited by the CIA, because it was under a shadow uh, deal, where it was like, oh, this is the school or the business or whatever that's hiring you to do this research. But they were really run by three-letter agencies.
Yeah.
And it was all on
there's been quite
mind
a bit
control
of that over the years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then, so yeah, I thought, I'm not giving my DNA. You can either dig it out of my trash can if you want, or you can get a warrant, but I'm not giving it to you voluntarily.
Well, I had to give it up when I was in the service, and I didn't think a thing about it then. I'm wishing, fuck.
Yeah.
I wish they hadn't done that now.
Well, they could go through a database, and some very rich, wealthy person could need a kidney or an organ, and they could go, well, let's just dial it up here and see if there's any matches. Oh, Brandon Trueblood. He's driving a semi right now across Texas. We need his heart. Or a kidney or bone marrow. His T cells would match up.
Yeah.
I got a buddy back home that he's Vietnamese, and he come over in 1974. He was an orphan, and he come over in 1974, and his parents adopted him right off the boat, landed in San Francisco. And I always figured by his musculature and his skin tone, because he's dark, he's fairly dark Vietnamese, and the way his musculature is, he was just freaking built like a bodybuilder. And I thought, well, maybe his dad was a black serviceman back in Vietnam. And I always thought that, because he didn't know anything about his parents. They were both, I'm assuming they were killed in Vietnam, and he was an orphan. But he went and did one of those DNA tests. And I said, all right, I'm going to be right. His dad is African. And I said, so what was your result? And he said, 100% Vietnamese. I said, how the hell do you become 100% anything? He goes, I don't know, but I've got the report. He said, and they showed by his DNA exactly the areas of Vietnam that his ancestors would be from. And I was amazed. I was like, there's nothing else. He says, it doesn't say anything else. It says 100% Vietnamese. I was like, well, dang, I guess you're Vietnamese then, huh? And he's, yeah, I guess so. I haven't heard of anybody having 100%.
Well, there's some pretty fucking isolated communities up there.
Yeah, if his clan came out of the mountains of Vietnam and been up there for a couple thousand years, yeah, I could see where he wouldn't have any strange blood coming in.
Shit poster and AKS.
Oh, I got some more people in the chat there.
Well, they're talking to each other. I can't read it. I just read the names.
Oh, Kush is in here too.
Yeah.
AKS, what's going on?
I said, hey,
you were breaking up when you were saying that. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
But you're coming in loud and clear now.
Okay. Well, hi, Kush. Hey, AKS.
And the shite poster.
Yeah.
Kush had a little stream on this morning. he was talking about being on Billy the Goat's live stream the other day, and our old friend Angler come in and tried to pick a fight.
He did, with all of his talk
Yeah.
about leaving.
Well, I think that happened, and then I think he put his little video saying he was bouncing after that happened, I believe. I'm not sure, but Kush had mentioned it. It was that he had heard that he had put a video out later, but he said he didn't look at it, and I did not either. So that's probably the one you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if he was going to drag his nuts across everybody's forehead on the way out the door.
Well, that's kind of what Kush was talking about. You know, if you're going to leave, but don't fricking do that on the way out, like Okie did and some other people.
Yeah, it's very feminine behavior.
Well, and I guess Billy was talking about people leaving the manosphere, and if you need to take a break and you need to leave it for a while, or you need to leave it for good, if you got something out of it and it helped you, then that's fantastic. If you feel that you're done and you're going to go on do something else, that's great. But don't shit on everybody on the way out the door. So we were talking about
12-pack of Mexican Coke at that taqueria for $3.
A 12-pack of Mexican Coke?
Yeah, for $3.
That's cheap.
In the bottles.
Yeah, you see those bottles at like Walmart, and they're like $2 a piece, or $1.50 a piece. And the Mexican Coca-Cola is it tastes so much different.
Oh yeah,
because it's
got
real sugar in
it.
Yeah, I had Dr. Pepper one time. I had a can of Dr. Pepper out of Plano, Texas, and it was I think it's the only Dr. Pepper bottling plant that makes it with cane sugar, because
they had it.
What's that, Brandon? Looks like I'm here by myself. Don't worry, Brandon. I'll hold your stream together. Let's see who's in the chat. No new comments.
Yeah, they had a lawsuit and shut that Dr. Pepper plant down. It was actually, the plant was in Dublin, Texas.
Okay. Why do they have a lawsuit to shut it down? That Dr. Pepper tasted so much better than the other Dr. Pepper.
Because it tasted so much better than the other Dr. Pepper, they didn't want the fucking competition.
Yeah, this was quite a few years back. The whole gang I was working was all from Texas, so they'd all leave. We were in Wyoming. They would leave and drive back to Texas to get their travel money. We called it blood money because they were going 900 miles each way, and they were doing it from Friday night till Monday morning. 1,800 miles. Yeah. But he brought back because he was telling me about it, and I said, "Oh, I've always liked Dr. Pepper when I was a kid." And he goes, "Well, I'll bring you back a can of the real stuff," and he did, and I was like, "Man, this tastes a lot different." You can tell it's Dr. Pepper, but it had a different bite to it. Well, that's like that Jarritos, the Mexican pop. They have several flavors of it. You usually can find it at about any Mexican restaurant. They have lime and mandarin orange, and pineapple's my favorite. and
And
they have a
mango.
fruit punch. But yeah, and mango. They have that's all made with sugar, regular sugar.
Yeah. I love fucking mangoes, man. They're my favorite fruit.
I tend to like anything that's got like a mango flavor to it, like juice and stuff. Yeah, I do. I like it too.
I could
Not
fucking eat.
mandingos, mangoes.
No, not Mandingo, that's for sure. The last town was the Gators, and these guys here are the rattlesnakes.
Well, then you'll
So
probably hit
fear
the
the.
opossums and the scorpions.
Yeah, this is that town that had the Christmas parade last night.
Oh yeah, this is Rio Grande City or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks a little different today. There ain't 100 cop cars out there blocking everything.
Well, they were directing traffic. They weren't doing anything bad. Other than the fact that their lights on the cars were so bright, you could barely see the fucking officers standing in the road. Even though they
even
were in
with
their
their
full
vests on.
reflective PPE with the flashlights.
Yeah. Yeah, they could probably tone the lights down a little bit and then actually be seen. How many miles would you say you're from the Gulf from there?
Oh, maybe 100.
Yeah.
Because we're maybe 120, something like that.
Yeah.
From here, from McAllen, I think Hemi looked it up and it was 92 miles to the Gulf.
When that would be going down through to Brownsville?
Right.
Yeah. I used to work with a guy that was from Brownsville, Texas. I said, Brownsville, where's that? And he goes, it's as far south as you could get. I said, oh, okay.
What in the fuck is this truck doing? My truck, not the truck in front of me. Oh, I hate this goddamn automatic fucking braking system.
Does it have a camera in front of it? Does it apply brakes automatically if it's reading something?
Yeah, it's got a camera and it's got a fucking radar.
Yeah. So if
And
it picks up something wonky, it starts hitting the brakes?
Yeah. And it really does it at the wrong time a lot of times. Sometimes it's not safe.
Can you override it by hitting the throttle, or does it still try to jake brake you down?
It tries to jake brake you. It doesn't fucking, it's set up so that you're not the one that's really in control. And it's dangerous.
Well, let's hope that it doesn't get pissed at you and drive you off a bridge.
Well, luckily it doesn't have control of the fucking steering.
Did you ever see that meme of that that GPS unit with the woman's voice, and it gets in an argument with the guy and it drives him right off a fucking cliff?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
It's like, take a right here, and he takes a right and it goes right off the cliff. I was like, oh, you bitch. I always wanted to have a GPS that would just kind of bash and trash talk you. If you missed your spot, it'd call you a dumbass. And
you got fucking cum in your ears, dumbass.
Yeah.
There's some beautiful old houses down here.
I always thought it'd be fun to have a restaurant where the wait staff and everybody just treated the customers like dog shit when they came in and insult them and everything. Turns out there is one, and I think it's in Vegas.
Oh, there's a bunch of them all over, but the one I know about is called Karen's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How ironic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
they
thought about
they,
that.
they pick
Like,
the name on purpose.
oh yeah, I thought about it like 25 years ago. I thought, man, it'd be fun to go into a place where they just berate you as soon as you walk in the door, hand you the menus, and say, yeah, you probably shouldn't order any dessert because you're kind of fat. I just what a
What the
fun place to
fuck?
work at. Oh man, I thought that guy was going to get tattooed.
He had second thoughts as soon as he got out there. Another place back there offering barbacoa
Yeah,
it said barbacoa every weekend.
Barracuda every weekend.
Yeah.
Where's that Karen's at?
Ah, fuck. I saw it on the news. I didn't actually go there. But there was this lady who took her grandma there, and the grandmother was completely offended and didn't want to eat there.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you'd want to surprise somebody with that place. You got to kind of know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you allow people like Outlaw on your stream. You got to just know what you're going to get into.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
I can't complain.
Well, nobody'd be listening to you if you did anyways. What's new in your part of the world, Outlaw?
Yeah, woke up to a lot of rain. We are soaked here. So.
Like cottonmouth swimming around in your front yard type of rain?
Yeah, kinda. Not too bad, but yeah.
Brandon's in a perpetual mist show. Misting last night, misting this morning.
Ah, dang.
Yep. Well, we had fog in the middle of the night. There's me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here.
In through the woodland.
That's what it looks like here. Same exact.
Hey, watch your lane.
I shouldn't be looking over there and looking for me, because this guy, he's going to drive slow in the fast lane because he's got to make his turn.
Have you ever shot a high-powered rifle in fog when it was really, really foggy out?
I have not.
It is so
I have
cool.
Not either.
It deadens the sound like you wouldn't believe. Especially if it's foggy and there's snow on the ground. A high-powered rifle, the crack goes away. It just kind of makes a loud boom, but it dissipates really, really quick. It doesn't echo like a regular out in the open clear.
I've done the fog. I tend not to shoot guns when I can't see where the bullet's going to wind up.
You have to be safe about it, Brandon. You got to know your backstop. I'm not just going off shooting willy-nilly up in the air and going yeehaw.
Sure you're not. We know about you guys, fucking bastards.
He's breaking up. I can't hear him. Is he talking shit?
Yeah, he is.
All I heard was
fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of print.
His phone's recording like it's on a potato.
We know.
I'm getting a lot of print. Yeah.
You hear that, motherfucker?
Yeah, it sounds like you shit menudo out your butthole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks just like that where I'm at. Overcast like a mofo.
Brandon's got his phone set on frame rate 1 every 6 seconds, it looks like.
No, I've got really fucking bad signal.
If I see something coming in an emergency, I'll go, look out, 8 seconds ago. Well, we'll get to see what Laredo looks like in the daytime.
Ooh. Laredo.
It's very exciting.
Are you going to take us with you and go get yourself some barbacoa tacos?
I'm going to look for some, yeah.
Sounds
yeah,
good.
They usually only do it on the weekends or 1 day a week around here. It's like I said, it's a little special treat, and once they're out, they're out.
You
ever had barbacoa, Outlaw?
I have not. I've never had it in a taco.
Yeah, they'll make that around here. They'll cook that cheek meat up, and it's just so soft. I mean, it's so tender. It's unbelievable.
That sounds good.
Watch out for the deer down there, Brandon. They're the size of Cocker Spaniels.
Yeah, I know. They're fucking terrible.
They're not real big bodied down there. They get those bucks with those huge racks on them, but they only weigh 105 pounds. You can see their ribs.
You're lucky if they weigh 105.
Yeah. They feed them all the minerals and the supplements to get their horns to grow, but their body, they can't make a good enough living out in that sagebrush to get the weight on them. That's one thing around here. I've got 8 mule deer that are running around the shop out here. They're hiding down in these little holes in between where the tracks go through, and they bed down at night. There's one buck, and he's with one doe, and then there's 2 does that and 2 fawns or 2 yearlings with them, and they'll walk right by, and man, they are fat, and the coats on them look good, and you don't see their ribs. They actually got little bellies on them.
Ooh,
they're eating pretty good around here. Of course, all they have to do is walk about 300 yards, and they're in either a cornfield or a sugar beet field or a winter wheat field. So they got the groceries pretty close by.
Yeah, I was just finna say they got it figured out then, huh?
Well, yeah, and there's no coyotes or anything chasing them and trying to kill them when they're on the railroad property because, we have no trespassing signs.
No wily coyotes on the property, please.
That's right. I've seen bull snakes here, rattlesnakes, deer, seen a fox one time, seen a mother duck and about 12 ducklings walking up the road. I was like, where in the hell are they going? They walked out of a culvert pipe and just started walking up the road. Seen some weird stuff. Muskrats. There was a muskrat one time that come in, or a pack rat. It had a big long tail on it. Ugly little thing. He got murdered. My buddy ran over him with a 3-wheeler cart and then gave him the coup de grace with a switch broom. Those switch brooms have a chisel on one end, on the handle, and they got a steel chisel for busting ice out between the switch points. And he ran out there, ran over that sucker, and he goes, "Man, give me something to kill him with." And I threw him a switch broom, and he sliced him open like a ginsu.
Ooh.
That was close. That guy
It
on
was
the left
Dodge
lane
versus Dodge.
didn't even let off the gas, did he?
Nope.
We got
like,
some friend.
Give me a new truck. Give me a new truck.
We got some friendly walligators in our sewers down here.
Oh yeah.
They'll peek. Oh yeah, they'll peek out every once in a while, and you'll see them dead on the side of the road. They're not very big, but they're.
I've never really lived there or been anywhere where there's reptiles that could dismember you.
Mm. Yeah, it's not often, but you'll see a dead one like maybe once in a blue moon on the side of the road down here in the neighborhood.
I gotta imagine running over an alligator has got to be like hitting a log out there in the road.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to bust your car up pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in Thailand, our taxi ran over a fucking boa constrictor or something.
Golly.
Oh, they're all meat.
And it didn't kill it. It started fucking thrashing around, but it didn't fucking kill it.
Damn.
This snake was so fucking big. We were going through the fucking on the road, 2-lane road, going through the jungle, and the head was in one side of the jungle, and the tail was in the other side of the jungle.
Did you make the Dukes of Hazzard yeehaw when you went over him? Of course, over there it'd have been ree-raw.
I think that what was said was, hang on.
Then you got Waylon Jennings balladeering. I don't know how they're going to get out of this mess.
Yeah. Well,
I've had some.
That True Blood boy was at it again.
Folks, y'all stick around. Let's see how this thing ends up, huh? Then you got to add the pew at the end.
There you go. True Blood gets out. Oh, look, there's a snake in my boot.
Oh man.
Well, I've seen what bears get hit when you hit a bear with a car, that'll tear a car up, or kind of like a wild hog. I've talked to guys that I know that live down in Texas and Oklahoma, and they said, yeah, you hit a wild hog and it's like hitting a cement block out there.
Good God.
They're so thick and dense, and bears are the same way. Bear is real easy animal to kill. They're extremely tough, but they're real easy to kill. I mean, if you hit them in the right spot, you can put an arrow in them and they'll run off 30, 40 feet and die. You can shoot them, they'll lay over and die. But you hit them with a car, they might get up and run off. It's just crazy how they're such a tough animal, but they're not that hard to kill.
I've seen that happen with deer too. When you hit a deer on the road, sometimes if you don't kill it, it'll, stiffen up, but then it'll get back up a few minutes later and keep running.
Oh yeah, I saw a video the other day. It said a moose hit in Louisiana, and it was a dash cam, and there was a moose running through this grass out of the swamp, and there was a car coming. It looked like like one of those Nissan Leafs or those Honda Fits, real tiny car. This freaking cow moose comes running out across the road, and then it stumbles on the asphalt. It goes across this guy's lane, and the oncoming traffic, it slips, falls down to its knees. It starts to get back up, and that car hits it like 60 miles an hour, and it flipped that moose up in the air. It's probably 15 feet. It did a couple of flips and landed on the side of the road, and that's where they ended the video. But talk about caving the front end of that car in. Holy shit. Airbags off. I mean, it's bad.
Oh.
And when I was in Alaska, I saw what a moose will do to a small car. They'll roll right up the hood, roll right over the top, and they'll flatten the top of the hood or the roof of the car. They'll flatten it to the doors.
Oh God.
Yeah, you don't usually make it out of one of those wrecks. They crush you.
Well, I know my
That's a
aunt hit
big
a.
fucking animal.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I know my aunt hit a deer one time in a 2001, 2002 Ford Taurus, and it completely destroyed the front end of that car. She had to have it replaced. I'm surprised they didn't total it out because it was bad.
Oh yeah. I hit a deer one time. I was in a Mazda 626, which was the same thing as the Ford. Well, it'd be pretty close to a Taurus. It was a four-door. I'm trying to think of like the Ford Contour or one of those was
Mm-hmm.
equal with. And I had a deer run out the side of the road, and he slammed on the brakes and he put his face right in front of my steering wheel and hit the windshield, hit the A pillar, rolled down the side. So he took out the left front fender, the mirror, bent the A pillar a little bit, rolled down the side, took out both skins on the passenger side. And when I stopped, he was still alive. He was busted up. His eyeball was blasted out of his head, broken back. He was trying to move, couldn't. So I walked up there and I put a couple of 9 MMs in him and got him off the side of the road. And he was a beautiful, perfect, symmetrical 4x4 whitetail, just gorgeous.
Golly.
But I hit him at 65 miles an hour. I'd never touched the brakes because I was looking back and forth. And I thought, boy, this is kind of a deer area, the weeds. I was going through the Badlands of South Dakota, and grass was like 4 feet high up to the road. And I looked to the right, looked to the left, and all I saw was an eyeball about to hit the windshield. And I was like, oh, yeah, it blasted glass through the windshield and into the back of my steering wheel. So when I stopped and turned around, I was like, God, what the hell cut me? And there were shards of glass embedded in the back side of the steering wheel, and I'd run my fingers across it, turning around. So it cut the inside of my fingers up, and yeah, it was pretty bad wreck. But the car was drivable. It never hit the front end. And so it didn't take the grill out, pop the radiator or anything. So I drove it to where we were headed, and a few days later I drove it back home. But I had to drive laying over onto the passenger seat because there was a bowling ball size crater in my windshield.
Oh man.
So,
well, I remember when I had that tornado come through, it basically destroyed the windshield of my car, and I had to move it to get the people to come in there and do what they had to do. And I remember the police told me I had to bust the entire windshield out of that car before I could drive it on the road. They wouldn't even let me drive it.
Well, that's what my buddy said.
You guys didn't see this because you're too busy running your mouth. But they had a drive-through liquor store and taqueria.
Ooh.
We got drive-through liquor stores in Wyoming.
Nice.
So you could.
Did they have semi-truck drive-through? You could have went through.
If they'd had a semi-truck drive-through, I would have went through.
Yeah, Wyoming used to be able to buy a mixed drink through the window, and as long as it had a lid on it and the cops didn't physically see you drinking it at like a stoplight, they couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't considered an open container, but they got rid of that rule.
Stupid laws.
Yeah, you could go up and get a rum and Coke out the window, and they'd hand it to you with a straw in it, and you could drive along as long as the cops didn't see you tipping it. You were all right if you got pulled over as long as you weren't drunk. It wasn't an
I blame Nancy Reagan for that shit.
Well, it wasn't that many years ago.
Well, Nancy Reagan got rid of 3-2 beer.
Colorado still has it.
Well, you used to be able to drink at 18 in Kansas.
Yeah.
And there was a few other states where you could do that. Texas being one of them.
Because it was 3-2 beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in Colorado, and I know it is in Utah, if you buy beer that's not bought from a liquor store, if it's from like a convenience store, it's 3-2 beer.
Yeah, in Utah, that's the way it is.
Yeah. All that does is make you want to piss more.
And these guys are not animals at all. They're the gladiators.
So you had the rattlesnakes.
We had the rattlesnakes, and before that, we had the gators. Now we've got the gladiators. But they are from Roma. So they could have either been the legionnaires or the gladiators. And I guess, you know,
or the roast beef sandwiches.
Yeah.
Who we playing this weekend? The roast beefs.
Oh, God. Those guys are bad. They smell awful.
And their jokes are cheesy.
Yeah. Don't get the special sauce on there. That horsey sauce has got some stuff in there you don't want.
Hey, Brandon, do you like gladiator movies?
Yes. I can't say that I've seen one, but have you ever seen a grown man naked?
Yeah. Have you ever been in a cockpit?
Yeet!
Oh, yeah, brother.
Will Yeet finally? Will Yeet finally come on, or just give me algorithm?
At least
I've
they're not the
shilled
golden
enough for you,
gophers.
Yeet. You ought to come on and tell me to fuck off. I'm never coming on again.
Oh man, he's giving you the side eye, and he says he's day drinking.
Well, I'll take a day drinker. I'll take a day drinker. I have hamster on.
That's true. Sometimes I think he's an all-day drinker.
Okay. Sometimes he is. Other times he's sober.
You never know what you're going to get with the ginger hamster.
No. I asked the hamster the other day if he wanted to make a Christmas album, and he never got back with me.
Which one he is going to be Bing Crosby singing Little Drummer Boy?
Neither one of us. I was going to say, I was going to sing, I saw Mommy kissing hamster claws underneath the mistletoe last night. She's making a cuck out of Dad, and it makes me really sad. But the hamster is really a furry Chad. 'Cause I saw Mommy kissing hamster claws.
You know, that sucks almost as much as that Mariah Carey Christmas song.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Or that Wham Christmas song. Oh, God. I get so tired of hearing them fucking songs.
Oh, yay, we're gonna get the heat. He's here. All right. Finally, after months of begging, welcome to the stream, Yeet.
What's going on? Who said that I was an all-day drinker?
I didn't say that. I said
that'd be the
hamster
silverback agape.
I said hamster is an all-day drinker.
Well, you're talking about me. I wish I was an all-day drinker, but unfortunately, I got, errands to do. So, but in all seriousness, yeah, months. Yeah, I'm finally on. I got the time, and I got the smoke.
Woo!
He's gonna give you the smoke,
for
Brandon.
coming on.
I got no smoke. I don't know what it is, but I got the smoke.
How you doing, Yeetus?
Man, I am doing phenomenal right now. I'm about to do a live stream in like 30 minutes because I do want to address a lot of shit that's been going on in the manosphere in general. And I'm going to pinpoint on what I'm going to be doing with my channel in the future because At this point, I pretty much said everything that I need to say. I don't want to be that type of guy that's regurgitating the same thing over and over again. So this is going to be an interesting stream. I just
You got
gotta
a
let
new
my audience know.
channel too, don't you?
Yes, because I'm like, you know what? Yeah, we talked about the female nature and all that shit. That's all good and whatever. But I'm sure if you're subscribed to my channel, you pretty much already know everything about the female nature. Let's talk about something that's actually important, like current events or, you know, things that are happening worldwide. So I want to focus on that.
That's what I try to do. I try to incorporate a little bit of that into what I do on mine.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, like, you know, the females that come to our spaces, yeah, they can regurgitate the shit over and over again and they can get away with it, right? Because cleavage and shit. But when it comes to my channel or any other channel, we got to talk about shit beyond the female nature, man. It's just like a broken record at this point. There's too much information out there.
Well, Yeetus, if you showed a little bit of that bone cleavage of yours, you might get a few more people interested.
Oh, show a little bit of rib cage.
Yeah.
This dude.
Maybe some of them sexy clavicles.
Let me show you the femur right quick. But it's the how you say the manosphere in general has become a shit show. Like no matter where I go, it's no different than watching Desperate Housewives. It's just drama upon drama upon drama upon drama. It is beyond annoying. Like I'm honestly getting annoyed about this situation. Ever since these flood of PUAs and women invaded the manosphere, it's been nothing but chaos. So I'm definitely going to
completely agree.
Follow him. Yeah, it seems to follow him for sure.
Wherever men go, masculine men go, women will follow, right? And then the PUAs will come because they can take advantage of naive young men into believing that all they have to do is be confident. You just gotta pay 10 installations of $100. Like it's ridiculous at this point. The manosphere, in my opinion, is a shadow of its former self.
I heard that all you have to do to get the puniti is just maintain frame. Can you confirm that?
That's stupid as shit. That's why I hate these PUAs, bro. Fuck these PUAs, man.
Rolled up tamale told me that one time.
That's an insult to tamales. I love tamales.
Maintain frame my ass. The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
There's way more that goes into that shit. But to keep it in simplest terms, you gotta make the woman feel good. Once you make her feel good, everything else will fall into place. That's
manipulation. You're using your toxic masculinity to influence them.
If a woman is able to manipulate men to get into our pockets, then we can manipulate them to get into that puniti.
Well, that's the game, right? That's the whole reason they developed the shit test.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's always been a transactional type of situation. They just put a label on it called marriage.
I always say that marriage is prostitution with extra steps.
Yeah, involving the government to really get you when you get the big D.
Yeah, because the difference is when it comes to paying for a streetwalker, it's a one-time payment, but when you put a ring on it, it's a lease. So pretty much like rent versus lease type situation.
Yeah, and they seem to always go over on their mileage, and then you pay extra at the end.
It's such a horrible deal, man. It's ridiculous.
Well, I've been through it twice, and I learned my lesson after the second time. There will never be a third. I can guarantee that.
People are very surprised. They're like, "Oh, Sir Eudes, even though you're that old, like I'm not that much older. I'm like close to my 30s, I'm in my late 20s, my bad. And they're like, oh, you know so much, Sir Yeetus, for not being married and stuff. Well, maybe because I pay attention to other men getting destroyed in divorce and family courts.
Well, I'm 50 and I've been through it twice, and my story is one of the most fortunate ones. I didn't get divorce raped. I come out of both of them fairly unscathed. So I consider myself extremely lucky. Didn't have any children. So I didn't get run through the meat grinder like most men that are in this sphere. So I consider myself extremely lucky, but I'm learning stuff, and I try to instill that on people that I tell everybody don't get married. I got a lot of young bucks I work with, and I'm like, don't get married, but they're going to do what they're going to do.
Listen, if my own father says don't get married, that's a problem. My own father said don't get married. Fuck that shit. It's not worth the time, the sweat, the tears, the blood, nothing. Because what do you honestly get in return? Like, you don't get shit in return besides liability and PMS.
Yeah, you get a stack of bills.
That's it. Bills that you never seen before because she fucking snuck your credit card,
Yeah.
Like, you wonder why you got random shit popping up in your house. Like, what the fuck? Like, where did that even come from? Then you look on Amazon, like, okay, this bitch spending my money.
Yeah, when the guy delivering Amazon packages knows your old lady by first name, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mad sus. Even if he didn't do anything, that's still like, hold up, why? No.
Or the UPS or the FedEx.
And that's why I'm trying to say, gentlemen, that I luckily learned when I was 18 years old, the red pill. That was like back in 2013, 2014. I learned very quickly that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and my mom isn't happy about it. My dad, he is definitely understandable. He's like, hey, stay single if you want to stay single. The grandkids can wait. Okay, don't deal with these fucking, harlots out here. Oops. Don't deal with these
I wish I would have learned that at 18. I wish I had learned that. I was 18 32 years ago, and I wish I would have learned that right off the bat, because I'd be sitting so well financially right now if I would have learned that. If I would have swallowed that red pill when I was 18.
Yeah, I second that.
Well, I never went through it. I never got married or never had kids. I had fortunate enough I had a lot of people in my family that showed me what was going on, and I took their advice.
You did right then.
I've seen so many people getting divorced, failed marriages, and people who are just dating, it wasn't working out, and I was like, nah, this ain't for me. And then of course I discovered Hammerhand.
If you're dating a woman and you're having problems while you're dating, believe me, the problems don't go away if you get married to that woman. They just compile more problems, and those previous problems never go away, and a woman never fucking forgets. You mess up one time, they don't forget. They'll bring that up in the middle of an argument 15 years later. You remember that one time you went to the strip joint? You told me you were at the bar. It's like, it was a bar. They just happened to take their clothes off.
Pretty much, man. So people want to come at me saying that I'm too harsh on women coming to our space. But I keep it simple, right? Brand True Blood, he heard me say this on countless occasions, and I'm sure he agrees. It doesn't matter what a woman says in the manosphere, it does not matter whatsoever, because at the end of the day, when she turns off that camera, she is no different than the rest of these females that can destroy you.
Mm-hmm.
So am I too harsh with that mentality, or what?
Nope. You are spot on. for Western women, where they have the laws to back them up to destroy you, you are spot on. The nature of females worldwide doesn't change, but just the legal backing that we have here in the West is absolutely oppressive.
But I went on multiple female content creators that want to be in the manosphere. I consistently went on like, let's talk about the core shit. Let's talk about alimony. Let's talk about child support. Let's talk about how unfair these laws are, very unbiased against men. Not one of them wanted to talk about the core shit that benefits them.
No,
not one.
They're not. No, they're not going to, because it benefits them. If you're given a privilege, you're not going to want to give it up.
So that's the thing, in my opinion, that their own. Okay, so first off, and I will be talking on my stream about this as well. Women have countless outlets in 2022 if they want to talk about issues when it comes to dating, right? Like countless social media outlets, countless social media platforms and all that stuff. Why would you go to a small community like the Manosphere? Like, well, what's your motive? What's your point in being here? Because you could explain all this grievances that you have. You can hold your female counterparts accountable on this gigantic media platform where millions of people can see. Why would you go to a very, very small community like the Manosphere? It makes no sense to me.
Doesn't make any sense to me either. That's why I boot every female that comes in here. They're absolutely not allowed.
Like, I'm not saying they can't watch, right? Because I can't stop them from watching and stuff. But when they come up in here and try to argue and try to say that, men don't know what they're talking about, I have the real solutions and definite. How the fuck do you have the solutions when you never lived your life as a male? Ever. How can you, a woman, tell me, a man, that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to male issues?
I think they see it as a personal challenge that there are men out there that they can't manipulate or control, and I think it drives them nuts. That's why they're in here. It's almost a slight to their power, their personality. It's like, well, no, these men are going to want me and they're going to show me validation if I have to go in there and bust up their little party. So I think it's all part of a head game that they like to play in their own head, and they like to project it out on us.
It definitely is, because a little issue that happened in Undead Chronic and Hammerhand stream a few days ago with Rishi.
Yeah.
Turns out that Ashley chick deleted her YouTube account. So I'm like, so you weren't here for men in the first place, obviously, but it took you long enough, right? Like, first off, why are you going to a male-dominated space and sending nudes?
Well, she was on Iridium Cush's stream. She jumped in the other night on that, and she got bashed on pretty good.
Yeah, because
I didn't know she got rid of her account, though.
Oh, I cannot find her account whatsoever. I couldn't find it. So I'm like, all right, why are you? Like, I'm not gossiping. I'm speaking facts. Like, it makes no sense that you go to a male-dominated space and you say that you're here for men, you're here to talk about male issues, and you're not feminist anymore. That all of a sudden you're sending fucking nudes left and right. So that tells me that you have a lot of self-interest. You're not here for the betterment of men. You're here for attention. You're here to validate yourself when you're in your mid-30s and shit, and your kids aren't with you, and your husband divorced you. So I'm just saying, you know, there is. Give me one valid reason why a woman will come into a space like this. Like, come on, like Roma Army is the lead example of why she's claimed she's for men. Bullshit. She's the biggest chameleon of them all.
She's a grifter, money grifter. She's in it to get views and to get clicks and to get revenue from YouTube.
And OnlyFans.
Yeah, and only holes. And her pornos that she makes with all these scuzzy dudes.
Which is ridiculous, because I'm like, how are you going to say you're here for men, but you're adding to the fucking problem? Oh, if you want to see my spicy nudes on my secret Twitter account, on my OnlyFans, but I'm here for men, but hey, buy my shit, give me money, buy my ass pics and stuff. Like, you are not contributing whatsoever to the problem at hand. And have you noticed that all these females that are here, they always have some type of baggage, like a shit ton of skeletons in her closet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. Like, there's a reason why.
Even the ones that most of you guys trust.
I don't trust no bitch.
Yeah, but there's lots of them, lots of guys in the manosphere that trust certain females that shall remain nameless.
Which is beyond fucking weird in my opinion, because there's a reason why for the longest time we just had gentlemen's only clubs to actually talk about some real shit. Because, and Brandon, I know you heard me say it like 20 times, it only takes one woman to destroy the dynamics of a male dominated group. It takes one woman to walk up in there and fuck everything up, and you see it all around the manosphere today.
Yeah, and the ones that really piss me off even more than the argumentative ones is the argumentative ones. You know exactly where you stand with them. It's the fucking thirst trappers. I'm not like that.
Yeah, straight up just pearly things. Like, why does she only hang around black dudes?
I don't care who she wants to date. That's her.
Yeah.
That's
No. I'm serious. Like, I see her outfits. Like, she ain't dressing. She's saying that she's traditional, but I see her outfit. She's not traditional whatsoever, right? So that's a one red flag. And on top of that, she's really trying her best to hang around just like the black community, the black men, right? So I'm like, okay.
She was dating the black guy.
See, and once again,
her boyfriend was a black dude.
But I'm like, why aren't you speaking for all guys? Why you just have nothing but black? You know, if you're here for men in general, why is majority of videos it's just black men?
I don't think it matters. You know, because I'm older than you, and I grew up before the fucking BLM era, and I'm sure Abe can.
No, I don't give a fuck about the race. Well. I'm just talking. I don't give a fuck about the race. I'm talking about her intentions.
Well, if she likes fucking the look of black cock sliding into her, and she thinks it's a good contrasting skin tone, who cares? I don't care.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about right now she's using a certain group to catapult herself to the top, right? Self-interest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she feels that the black community is the easiest one right now to grift on, to create some simps, get some simps behind her.
I agree, because I'm a black man myself. I know countless men that will be sipping so hard for white women. Like, you see just pearly things. She's average as fuck, right? But a lot of black men out there, they're like, oh, she's the best thing since sliced bread. Oh my God, she's the best. So it's once again, she and countless other female content creators that join our space, they're not here for us. They're not.
No. Look at the number of views that they get for saying the exact same shit we say.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell that 90% of the manosphere's fucking still thirsty. They're still thirsty. They haven't fucking embraced, the the red pill at all. They just give it lip service. So as long as the nature of man remains the same, you're going to have these ladies that come in and profit from it.
But I'm not too upset about it because we called it years ago. We already called it that eventually women will come up into our space like any other time, right? They will come to our space and take it over. And then I say the next phase from right now, the next phase, they're going to try to change the very concept of what red pill MGTOW is.
They're already trying to make it put red pill and MGTOW with school shooters or mass shooters. They're trying to make it and throw the incels in there. They're trying to demonize the MGTOW community because they know that we're not their wallets anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to demonize us and they're trying to shut it down. You watch, the term MGTOW will be a hate crime term in the near future.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's already is. It's already is. In Oregon, I forgot which police department, they already have some type of investigation list, and one of them is MGTOW as extremists.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, look at what happened to Yeet's channel when he deleted all of his MGTOW named content. You know, his viewership and subscriptions took off.
Agreed. I completely. I knew I had to. I took advantage of the game. I'm like, you know what? Maybe they ain't liking the MGTOW subscription. As soon as I deleted everything, bam, I was monetized. I was like, huh, okay. But as soon as I posted that one video of the streetwalker, I'd rather have sex instead of washing the car. My entire channel got demonetized.
Oh.
Oh well.
So I'm like, you know what? Fuck Susan anyway. But at the end of the day, you guys got to understand that at this point in time, things will get a little bit nasty when it comes to the aggressiveness of these simps and feminists. Because we, as men, we see the storm that's about to arrive, right? Whether it's the economy crashing, whether it's civil war, whether it's World War III. That's why you see a shit ton of women on social media denouncing feminism. Like, I'm an ex-feminist. Like, bitch. Like, ex-feminist. What are you talking about?
Yep.
I don't think there's any such thing as an ex-feminist. It's in their genes now.
Sorry, Bill. Like I see you read.
Hey, Constantine. Hey, guys.
Do you
I
play
hate
today,
to break it
or
to y'all,
you
but
just want to move on?
on Saturday at
Very interesting
12:30
discussion.
Central Time, I play Dungeons and Dragons, and I think I have run into our D&D time. I play D&D with some other folks, so I hate to break this discussion up, but it's time for D&D because I'm a nerd.
I haven't played D&D in years, but I definitely enjoy D&D, especially when you're drunk. I definitely enjoy D&D. Who's the actually don't tell me, but the DM, he is hopefully he's creative. Is this like actual?
Oh yeah, it's actual D&D. I have Constantine and another friend of mine roll the dice for me while I'm driving.
Is it
and
free
I'm a big enough
roam,
nerd that I've got. Yeah, I can see that Glenn. That's our GM. He's in here. He just hadn't said anything.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the discussion.
Oh, Glenn. So is it like anything goes, or do you have to follow like a specific?
We play 5th edition.
Yeah, 5th edition.
Oh, nice.
That sounds actually pretty fun. I'm telling, like, don't get me wrong. I had the greatest time playing Dungeons and Dragons. I had somebody fill out like a whole sheet because they had to print out like an entire sheet to create my character. So I'm like, what the fuck? But they definitely helped me out because I was a dark elf. Like I was like some crazy magic shit. And
you were a drow.
I remember almost got like killed by a church. Like long story, but it was definitely fun, and hopefully, Brandon, you get to the end. Hopefully.
Well, there is no end. That's the beautiful thing about D&D.
Yeah.
Oh, so
if you get bored with the characters you're playing, you just roll up new characters and the game starts again.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Do you make it difficult, Glenn?
Say that again.
Do you make it difficult? Oh
no.
No.
Look, at this point in time, people's lives are difficult enough. I don't need to make their entertainment difficult. I try to like.
Okay. I remember getting attacked by a giant sea turtle monster when I was on a ship. I was stressed the fuck out. Not gonna lie, like that was horrible. I don't know why the DM did that to us, but we barely.
And you can't believe what Glenn says. Right now, he has us fucking going up against an ancient black dragon, and we're like fucking 5th or 6th level, something like that.
You're 6th level.
Oh, it's not difficult.
You're not going up against the ancient black dragon. You're just going up against her 6th level minions.
Do you at least have a healer?
You have never seen this dragon. You've just heard messages from her bad mouthing you.
She's going to be coming eventually. I know it.
You'll be much higher level when that happens.
But hey, do you have a healer class or what? You guys got a healer in your party?
We've got a rogue, a bard, which can do some healing. No, Constantine, you're not a rogue. What are you? You're some type of magic user. Sword. Yeah, he's but you're like a something sword.
Gish, it's that type of is Gish. Can wield and sword and magic combined.
Yeah, he's a fighting magic user. Then we got a paladin who can lay on hands and a druid.
Yeah. So
okay.
And the druid can do healing as well as other things for him. But
so you guys just keep going until all you guys die, and just until you guys get bored.
Well, it depends. Sometimes, Glenn has a campaign worked out, and we just play for the duration of that campaign. Right now, we're in sort of an open-ended game, and if you play to too high of a level, it gets really freaking challenging for the DM to make it fun. So at that point in time, we usually start over at first level.
You know what? I got okay.
After people get up to about between 12th and 15th level, there's very few monsters or bad guys that can stand against a party. You have to throw demigods at them and shit like that. And usually what happens when you do that is you kill off the whole party anyway, so then you start over. Or the party retires and lives to be a rich old age, in which case you got to start up some new characters anyway.
Can you suddenly kill somebody as a DM? I was wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can.
Actually, many years ago, I had a campaign that actually was designed to be incredibly difficult. But in that campaign, the people were working for an enchanted library that guaranteed unlimited resurrections if you got the body back to the library. So as long as one member of the party lived, they just resurrected you after you got killed. In that campaign, I had one of the characters had been killed 7 times. 2 of the others 3 times. And a couple of them just once or twice.
We had some guys, this was back in the 1980s. We had some guys we were playing with for a while that they would fucking cheat on their dice rolls. Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that Glenn, you claim that you rolled a different number than you actually roll. Because if you pay attention, you can figure out what numbers you're supposed to be, rolling. If you're fighting, a 20 is the best number you get because you roll a 20-sided dice. Others random encounters. If you pay attention, you sort of like counting cards in Las Vegas. You can figure out where the good points of the percentiles are.
Damn. So and people actually cheat. Okay.
Yeah, we had one lady who was absolutely notorious for this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kai.
Yeah.
God, what a fucking. But she was really talented because she was an artist, and she would draw pictures of all of our characters, so we could sort of put up with it. But she would always bitch about not getting really good treasure, and I knew what was happening. And so the GM was like, "You're fucking cheating, bitch. I'm not giving you shit."
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, I remember raging one night because I was getting nothing but horrible rolls. But damn, somebody actually wanted to cheat. They want to cheat. Like, what's the point of fucking cheating, bro?
There is no point to it.
No,
There's no point. It's weird.
As a DM, I've had things like that happen to me. I'll design this whole castle full of bad guys for my characters to deal with, and suddenly the bad guys are just roll sucky all night. They can't hit nothing. They get knocked unconscious with a feather, all that shit. But if you want to be fair, you roll dice to generate random results. So whatever the roll is, go with it.
But hey, True Blood, I'm going to head out because my stream's going to start in like 5 minutes.
All right, have fun with that. Sorry I'm not going to show for you today.
Nah, it's all good. It was a good conversation.
All right. Later, Yeet.
Peace out.
And I guess we're not going to get Roma today.
He promised try to join, and he hoped that he get right in. When I write to him, it was 15 minutes ago. That somewhere near next 10-15 minutes, he must join us. I hope so. Because right, it's not always present, and so on. That's
understood.
Yeah,
little bit tricky now. It's much harder without right to study data science.
So, is your power on today? Do you have
Yes.
electricity today?
Now, it's turned back 2 hours or maybe 3 hours ago. And I hope it will be still be playing. Sometimes it's lucky and I have electricity at Saturday evening. Sometimes it's not and I can stay without it. It depends.
Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, last Saturday, I went up and had dinner with part of my family, Kathleen and I, and saw my mother. She's looking great. For an old lady like she is, she's going to outlive me.
So she's completely recovered from her broken hip now?
She still uses the walker, and she's trying to get to where she just needs a cane, but she's doing physical therapy now. So she's getting better, but she still has to use the walker, but she hops up, grabs the walker, and goes wherever she wants around the house. And she has my brother Bill and my sister Kathy, and brother John to drive her around to, her doctor's appointments and stuff like that. So, and I got to see my brother John. He needs rotator cuff surgery on his right shoulder, and apparently has a bulging disc in his spine, which they're going to fix all that stuff here in a couple of weeks. And until then, they gave him some pills, and he was cheerful and not feeling any pain at all when I spoke with him. So apparently they worked real well.
Yeah.
And I got to see a bunch of my nieces and all their husbands and children and all that.
Here's Roma.
All right.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, Roma.
Do you get
good
live
evening,
or you
or
just join from your phone?
I shared my mobile internet. Right now, it's basically blackout in my apartment, but I hope it's not for long. Anyway,
say greetings to your mates.
Yeah. Greetings from Zhenya.
Mm-hmm.
To her too.
Oh, yeah. So, should we start?
Yep.
Or you already did?
No, we were just about getting ready to.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, your timing was great.
Yeah, I'm not too late.
Roma, your main language, programming language is C.
What? What?
C sharp. You're coding on C sharp?
Mostly, yes. Primarily. Last 10 years or so.
Let's see. Last time we played was like 2 weeks ago. And
we had just captured a boat. Or a
you
ship.
had, that's right, you had, sank one and captured another.
Actually, we sank 3 and
well,
captured
whatever
one.
it was. And captured another. And
we had 10. We had 10 guys that were evil and 10 guys that weren't evil. We put the evil guys in chains. One of them was the captain. In fact, all of the officers were evil.
Well, yes.
So
That's right. And they were pissed off, or the captain was pissed off on count of they'd already surrendered, and he also demanded that you arrange a prisoner exchange back with the forces from the swamp. And you guys,
we informed him that that wasn't up to us, and
yep,
that they were all our prisoners, but since he was evil, we didn't trust him and put him in chains.
Right.
And we know where the other guys went. They're going off to the Isle of the Britons.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But we've got this ship full of dudes, and we're just the only thing we can really do, since most of the crew is dead, is sail back to our home waters.
Right.
And report.
Yep. Well, if someone wanted to roll me a percentile for the trip back.
21.
Okay. Well, you have no random encounters on the way back. You're not attacked by sea monsters or any of that. However, one thing to note, when you get about 10 or 15 minutes away from your home port, it will start raining. As a matter of fact, if you look north and south from where you're sailing, it starts raining about that far away from the coast, as far as you can see north and south along the coast.
Right, and that's from that ritual they did up there in the, where they did the landings where the bullywogs are.
Yep. Anyway, but you are now back at Uniontown. You have prisoners and a ship to lay on somebody. People back home they have put out all the fires from the attack 3 days previous, and are doing repair work on the harbor. Anyway, and at this time, you will be met with by a group of people. Some of them are part of the government, and they will be asking you questions about the enemy and the recent attacks. And the vast majority of them are business owners and townsmen that want to yell at you guys. And I'd like perception checks from everybody.
11 plus 2, 13.
Mm-hmm.
For Bill, what your wisdom?
Well, I get a plus. I get a +1, +2, so it's +3 total.
7.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, Bill, you don't notice this. Constantine, you do. Most of the businesses in the town have changed their signs on the front of the businesses. So instead of the old name, it's the old name and Jazar. He's the cat businessman that. So.
Okay.
Anyway. And you have this crowd of, looks like 30, 35 people wanting to yell at you about being bankrupt, and it's your fault.
I'm oblivious to this all.
Yep.
I don't know what you're talking about, people.
Well, apparently the Bazaar folks have done business to the town, and the town lost the business war.
Actually, they'll tell you the details if you want to stand still long enough and hear it. But essentially, the constructs were doing demonstration fights, and people were selling tickets. Somehow or another, Jazar talked one of them into doing a fight against his champion, a rather large but not too bright lion man named Mongo. And he was betting very heavily on Mongo, and everybody else figured, well, you've got this 7-foot tall cat versus an 11-foot tall combat robot. And so everybody bet on the construct. And apparently Mongo jumped on the, well, he's a cat. He can leap real well. He jumped onto the construct, and when the construct tried to hit him, he would leap away, and the construct beat himself into unconsciousness. And Mongo was the winner. And then Jazar talked them into a different fight, saying that people could recoup their losses. And he had a different one of his lion men, a rather short, wiry-looking guy. And when they went into the arena, Jazar stood up right after they said, let the fight begin, and announced that he had solved their riddle, the construct's riddle. And they all turned and looked at him, and the little lion man opened a port on the side of the construct and yanked out a handful of wires. Thus, he was declared the winner of that fight, and that, plus paying off the extremely large reward for the solving of the riddle, pretty much bankrupted everybody in town that was dumb enough to bet against him.
I'm sorry, why are you blaming us?
They're blaming you because you guys sent him here in the first place.
If
and most of them didn't have enough cash to pay off the debt, so they simply signed over their businesses to him. The guys who have the half-built casino, of which you guys own 1/4 interest, we're going to sign over the casino and the Coliseum to him, but you guys called and told him to stall until, or Bill told them to stall until you guys got back. So, oh, and on top of that, after the riddle was solved, all of the constructs gave up fighting and are now just sitting around drinking beer, playing pub darts with darts the size of javelins, trying to decide what to do with the rest of their lives.
Okay.
So there isn't any more fighting in the Coliseum. Nobody's betting on that. Nobody has any money to bet anyway. And work has stopped on the construction of the casino and Coliseum because the major partners don't have enough money to pay the workers anymore.
Okay.
Well, that's where we come in. We got two ways, and this is purely in the party. We got two ways we can handle this. We challenge him to forgive everybody's debts and set everything back as it was to the point at which it was before Mongo had the fight with the construct. And we'll challenge him to a duel. Yes, we've got to add Roma here because it basically would involve Roma fighting these guys.
Okay, yeah. So,
well, you're the paladin.
Well, yeah, when they need somebody to do fighting, they think of the paladin first, yeah.
You prefer that squishy wizard do that stuff? And release whole kingdom to that.
The second thing we can do is we can use some of the treasure that we've got and do business to Mongo to bankrupt him and take over all of the town. And put ourselves in Mongo's shoes, where then people would really be bitching at us, but it would make us responsible for all kinds of stuff that I don't want to deal with. And the third option is to kind of do a combination of those two.
I think about combination.
You know, where we trade Mongo some of our items to get other things from the Bazaar. And then Roma fights to get everything put back the way it was.
I just prefer buy back all the debts, turn partially to people, and partially leave to us just like reminder for them. Not bet for all your money. Never.
Yep.
Just and company all parts with will be not that Mongo or Bizarre what he write on that businesses. It will be not companies that name not bail for all your money.
Yep. Oh, these guys didn't just bet all their money; they bet more than all of it.
Yeah,
they went into debt.
And just partially, they always remind about that they must pay for that for forever. Still, that lesson must be carved in their minds about that. Because if imagine Dragon Queen or Dragon Empire just buy all that businesses from Mango or this Bizarre Bazaar.
Yeah.
What should we do next time? We must teach them a lesson. Okay, guys.
So
we try to solve that problem, but for starting, we need to talk with Council what to do with Dragon Queen and that fortress that keep ritual going, because weather it's not so good.
Yeah.
Well, the majority of their fleet went off to the British Isles. So there isn't a pressing need as far as taking care of the fleet goes. But there is a curse laid upon the land that we probably ought to take care of first.
I also just ask Council that they send messages to our allies on British Island that they meet that fleet and take care of it, just in case. And we try.
Well, they don't have any ships,
but they have forces. And when they try to make them not DD for Dragon Queen fleet, but something like Big Bay or something like that.
All right. Yeah, we can definitely send them messages telling them that bad people are coming by sea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And they will be prepared and make something bad with that.
One thing, the people on the British Isles, they're relying on your ships and barges to take people from the isle so they can come to the continent here.
Yes.
With the Dragon Queen's ships blockading the isles, they can't move any more troops.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the Dragon Queen's fleet can't attack you anymore if they're blockading the British Isles.
Okay.
So,
how many ships we can concentrate against Dragon Queen fleet? How many ships already built in our shipyards?
At the moment, you had 30 ships, and 5 of those got destroyed on the attack in the harbor, and several others damaged. So you can send 22, 23 ships at the moment.
We see how many ships from Dragon.
They have about 40.
I don't like that.
Yeah, they've got about 2 to 1 for.
Yeah.
And that's not cool.
Okay. Let's talk with Bizarre Bazaar, try to fix curse on that land. And after that, we will think about. But before that, they can start preparing our fleet because we need something to do with Dragon Queen. Do you alright with that plan, Bill?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Let's go to talk with Bizarre Bazaar.
We could also challenge them to a bargain. contest.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah. You don't actually have to do a fighting combat. You could do some other sort of challenge, as you said, like a bardic competition.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to send a message to the Isle of the Britons. That can be taken care of easily. And then, let's see, did you want to check on the weather first or go talk to the lion first?
The lion, since he's right here in town.
Okay. Well, then, you will find them sitting out at their campsite with all their tents and wagons just outside of town. And anyhow, when you approach, you will notice that the guys are much better at playing mariachi music now than they were when you first met them. They've had more practice. And their leader, Jazar, is there with a large mixed drink in one hand with a little umbrella stuck in the top, talking to one of the lady lions who is apparently his bookkeeper. And they're discussing how the delays in shipping Britons and Saxons across the water is going to affect his profits. By the way, he looks cheerful. All of the rest of them, the lion people, look like a bunch of wet cats, and they're frowning. Anyway, when you walk up, he will smile and greet you and offer you a large mixed drink with lots of tequila in it.
Oh, let's talk business first, and then we'll party.
He'll laugh about that, but says, okay, we can do it that way, but you'd probably be better off getting him a little tipsy. That way you could take advantage of him.
Oh, right.
But you guys are amateurs, so what the hell?
Yeah. Well, I'm an amateur drinker, that's for sure. Well, congratulations. It looks like you've done quite well for yourself.
Oh, yes. It's been great for his business when you guys sent him here. He never thought he could make so much money so quickly. Except for when they raided the Sultan's palace that one time. Made a lot of money there, but
but we thought you guys were had the wandering lust, and I look around at the rest of the kiddies, that you guys, like the life of travel and adventure. Now look at you, you're stuck.
Uh-huh.
Do the rest of the cats react?
Yes, they will all turn and frown at you, but not say anything. Czar, on the other hand, will laugh at you and say, "Oh, all things are transient, whether it's your mode of travel or your business in a town."
Well, now that you mentioned travel and business, have you ever seen one of these? And we'll pull out the Crystal Gateway.
Mm-hmm. Well, as a matter of fact, no, he hasn't ever seen one of these.
Oh. You know why?
And why is that?
Because it's a one-of-a-kind ancient artifacts developed by the elves before the Great Catastrophe. And for a limited time, it could be yours.
Bill, would you be so kind as to roll me a, well, I guess that would be a charisma thing, or...
Yes, it would be. In fact, that would be one of my special charisma traits called persuasion.
Would you then roll me a persuasion check?
16 on the dice.
16 plus 13 is 29.
Ooh. And at this point in time, Shazar will look greedily and lustfully at the doorway, and three of the lady cats, one of them being the accountant, will step up and say, "We'd like a word in private." And then the three of them hustle him over slightly out of earshot, where they're still standing at the edge of the overhang of the fly you're on, but he's actually out in the rain, and they will be whispering to him in a cat language.
Comprehend language on my familiar, and she fly much closer that all can hear it even from large distance. It's all.
Yep. They are warning him not to blow a good deal here. And that he should let them do the talking. And
can we tell him that he listen his women's?
With their pluses, they rolled a 14.
Uh-oh.
And he rolled a 17. So he has decided that no, he is qualified to do this.
Okay.
And he will ask you what you want for this one-of-a-kind antique.
Oh, something like this, it's almost beyond value. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yes, he could see somebody would argue for that, but one of the first things that he learned as a young merchant was things are not beyond value if you can fix a price on them.
Well, I said almost beyond value. I didn't say beyond value. Because I'm of a similar opinion that everything is worth something to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's worth exactly what somebody will pay for it. Would you not agree?
Well, yes.
So we've come to a mutual understanding already. I can see this is going to go, to a great place.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the best deal where everyone comes out the winner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not familiar with what type of assets you have beyond, the town and some of the trinkets we saw last time.
Mm-hmm.
So let me consult with my advisors and we'll figure out a price.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go back to the party and recite the Jabberwocky.
Right.
All depths of town, all town what he gave, plus 20 galleys to our fleet.
So, and I'm hoping that you guys will understand that by reciting the Jabberwocky poem to you, that you're to reply to me with complete nonsense. And they'll think we're talking in code.
Right.
Yes, okay.
So, and then I'll come back to him. My friends and I, who shed blood to get this artifact, have decided that our initial asking price is the value of everything that you've taken here in our land, plus $6 million gold pieces.
Right. Okay. And Shazar opens his mouth to say something, and that's when you'll see the big muscular cat, the one they call Mongo.
Yeah.
He will come up from behind. And by the way, the guy's got a cast on his leg and is on crutches. And the three lady cats that had been talking to Jazar are talking to Mongo. And Mongo will look over at Jazar, and right before he speaks, he is going to do a subdual attack with his crutch. He has just hit Jazar in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. And the three lady lionesses will step up and say, "Oops, Mongo slipped. Please take Jazar into his tent. We'll continue with the negotiations."
Very well. The company is much more pleasant now.
And they're going to make a counter offer.
I figured as much.
They want to keep their ownership and part ownerships of all of the supply businesses and adventurer outfitters and war profiteering things in the town, and they will swap you the casino and the partially constructed Coliseum, as neither of them are generating much profit.
That's highway robbery. Are you trying to starve us? All right, I feel that we probably need to re-roll our persuasion check.
Yes, we do.
Against these ladies.
Uh, 11 plus how much?
11 plus 13 is 24.
Uh-huh.
Oh, make that 26 because I forgot about Roma's +2 bonus.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yuppers. Well, with their pluses, they actually beat that, but not by much. You have tried to persuade them.
So I'll come back at...
And...
Hello? I didn't hear that, Glenn. Can you repeat yourself?
You have tried to persuade these ladies, and it don't work. They actually made a 28 with their pluses.
Okay.
But they would consider selling back their interest in those businesses for something else. And let you have the casino and the Coliseum for the doorway.
Oh, I'm afraid that we're very far apart, but I'm overcome with concern for my friend. At which point in time I will walk to his tent, and it's a tent, so he can hear through the walls. And on the way, I will sing the Song of Rest.
Oh, no.
So,
okay.
If you would kindly roll me a 8-sider plus 6.
7 plus 6, 13.
Okay, Mongo regains that many hit points. Not Mongo, but
Jazar.
Well, if Mongo's injured, he does too.
Well, yeah. The guys didn't tell you about Mongo's fight, but when he was declared the winner, he was jumping up and down and yelling he was the greatest, not watching the construct that it had fallen down and landed on his leg. So he won the fight, but got a broken leg out of the deal.
Right.
So, yes, Mongo will take a certain amount of healing.
Well, anyways, Mongo gets some hit points back.
Right. And
I'll knock on the tent pole. Lion-O, are you okay?
And You will hear a muffled response. And the cat ladies will say, it's possible that they could up their offer slightly.
Well, ladies, would you like to stop this little game and just talk frankly, or would you like to continue playing?
You'll hear another muffled response out of the tent, and the ladies will their spokeswoman will heave a big sigh and say, okay, what's the bottom line?
All right, you came in here and you ruined the local economy. They got to get their businesses back. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd like a few freaking nice weapons. Because the door really is quite valuable, much more than you're trying to pay us for it.
Okay.
But we don't want to see our hometown destroyed like this, because you could set them back hundreds of years.
Okay. Well, they will take the enchanted doorway. You can forget the 6 million gold pieces.
We kind of figured so.
Mm-hmm.
And each of us gets a nice weapon.
And each of you will get a nice weapon.
Or armor or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, Constantine, we now hold the debt to the town.
Quarter will be our part. Quarter we will give to council, like extra taxes. Half we turn back, but on each businesses in that town, they will write, we never play in debt. Never play in debt. It will be devise of each businesses on that town.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could, make them take basic finance classes about,
You try to establish casino
make them take
here.
remedial bookkeeping or something like that.
Well, yeah.
I hope that casino will work with warriors for British Islands, because they win something, take something from Orcish Empire, from Dragon Empire, and just spend some money here, but not the locals. And probably we need to establish law prohibit locals to play in casino. Anybody here?
Anyway.
It's only Bill leaves the room.
No,
I think
he's disconnected, seems so.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't hear Bill anymore. I hear Roman and Constantine, but not Bill.
Yeah. Maybe he's negotiating with the scared people behind our backs.
Well,
Yeah, I think he will connect us soon. Reconnect.
Okay. Well, the okay, well, the Lady Lions are going to essentially give you guys the ownership of all their debts, and they will give each of you either a magic armor or weapon. So, I guess, which would you guys like? A new weapon or a better armor than you got?
I prefer probably better armor.
Okay. Well, in the better armor department, they're offering a magic item called a bracer of defense. Now, these things basically give you a +2 to your armor class, but only if you're not wearing any other armor with them. But magic users can use them, or rogues, and there's no penalties like they get for wearing armor.
I hope on Cloak of Displacement, but it's better for Barbarian or Monk that not wear armor.
And the other thing to think about is it's a rare magic item.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to keep it. It's your magic item. You can always resell it.
Yeah.
Or
in any case,
or they will give you a magic weapon. And let's see what they've got. Got several different enchanted swords. And several enchanted axes as well. And
I will take bracers.
Okay. You'll take a bracer.
Yeah.
They've also got, by the way, as far as the swords go, they have Bill, you're back.
Yes, sorry about that. I lost signal.
Yeah. I was telling the guys, the cats, the lady cats are willing to trade you guys all of the debts and one either magic weapon or armor, and they would call it even at that point. The armor they have available are bracers of defense. Now in 5th edition, that adds +2 to your armor class, but only if you're not wearing any other armor. But there's no penalty for weight or magic users that can't wear armor or any of that shtick. Anyway, now as far as the magic weapons go, they have a scimitar of speed. It gives you a +2 on your attack and damage rolls, and it gives you an extra bonus attack 1 per turn, because it just moves that fast.
Right.
They've also got a couple of +2 two-handed swords, a sword of wounding, and a +3 axe, two-handed. If any of those sound appealing.
Two-handed great axe +3. It's 2d6 +3. To you, it's and can be used like great weapon master. That means 2d6 +13. For you, it's perfectly fit.
Yeah, probably. Actually, my current sword does 2d6 plus extra 2d6, so 4d6. But
you have already such good weapon.
Yeah, this like flaming sword.
Yeah.
Which
okay.
blazes
my
fire.
Small rapier that make d8 plus 2d6. It's just very tiny weapon. I see.
So yeah, I'm not sure it would be wise to trade my current one.
Well, I'm interested in the scimitar.
Okay, you can grab it. Roman, just take great axe. It will be helpful.
Yeah, if like nothing better, I will of course take it. So great X +3, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's mean if I wear that bracers and as option polymorph myself to something big, I can keep that +2 from that bracers.
Yep.
It's not so bad. Because my middle armor I can't use with that stuff, but bracers will work. Okay, not so bad.
Okay.
We lose Bill again.
Yeah, we lost Bill again. Wherever he's at, obviously doesn't have good reception.
Yeah. Some rural place.
Well, there's a lot of places on this continent that either the cell towers are a long ways apart, or if you get up anywhere near the Rocky Mountains or the Great Lakes, there's a lot of iron deposits. And let's face it, those things really screw up cell phone reception. If you got a whole bunch of iron ore under the ground right next to your cell tower, you're not going to have good reception.
Yeah,
but
they
soon
can screen the
Elon
signal.
Musk will cover whole United States, and you can use Starlink even on the road.
Well, the other thing too about the cell reception in the United States, the companies that build this stuff, they use the cheap software on their cell towers and on their cell phones. So, you know, you get what you pay for a lot of the time.
Yes. It's
But
obvious.
anyhow, anyways, well, you have more or less concluded your deal with the cats.
Yes.
And you guys Bill, you're back. Where are you today?
All right, I'm back again.
Yes, you're back. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Laredo.
Ah, okay. Middle of nowhere, Texas. Got it.
It's actually more of the middle of somewhere than where you live. But
well, yeah. Hey, I live in the middle of nowhere on purpose. I like the fact that there's a low population density around here. I hate crowds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, well. You guys have more or less concluded your deal with the lady cats. And as it sets right now, you guys own about either half or complete interest of all of the businesses in town and complete ownership of the casino and partially constructed Coliseum.
Bill,
we're going to help the town. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, after you've done this, the ladies will go into the tent and untie and ungag Jazar.
Yeah.
And he is going to begin cursing and swearing in 17 different languages.
Impressive.
And then we'll show him the crystal doorway and he'll feel better about life.
Okay.
They will immediately begin packing the crystal doorway for transport and breaking camp and packing it in their wagons.
Right. And Constantine is going to take care of the town. He had a plan to teach them a lesson.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to city council and explain with all the debts booking and explain how we split it. That quarter will get council, quarter we get personally, and half we will turn back to people this note that they never beat more than they have in cash, and they will grave it on each businesses. Never play on in depth. And probably talk with council about money education.
Right. By the way, the city council that you're talking to, 3 out of 7 of them lost money on betting. The other 4 didn't bet. So they're feeling smug and superior, and the others are still feeling put out. But since
and for certain such deal, I will ask liberum veto for our party in council decision.
All right.
Because 3 of them lose all their money. I not believe that guy anymore.
Well, the council, the government of this of the union it's not elected. The councilors are chosen at random by a lottery, and they only serve for a few years, and then you get a new bunch of them. So, you know, some of them are like brighter than others, and you kind of take what you get from the drawing. But yeah.
Do we need to make some small changes? In Rotary, can win only such who perform well on exam, for bureaucrat exam, like in China. If you didn't pass exam, you can't be counselor. But we'll think about it. Okay, we need some priest or somebody who can deal with curse from evil goddess, because we have another trouble, ritual, and we don't have priest. We need high-level priest to help us with such stuff, and you maybe some reinforcement to deal with evil enforcement and their ritual to curse that land.
Oh, and one thing I want to do is give the captain of the town guard one of our tornado bags.
Okay.
To use in case the fleet.
Right.
Did you guys hear that?
You want to give the commander a tornado in a bag in case the dragon fleet comes back.
Right.
Bill, what do you think about if that robot or automaton that lose the purpose of life to solve the puzzle, new purpose?
Yeah, I've been thinking about giving them a new purpose, actually. But I'm going to wait to talk about that until I've stopped driving, because it's about ready to get sort of bitchy, and I want to be able to devote my attention to not crashing.
Right.
Yeah. We totally agree with that. Safety is first.
It sounds like you're going places with your plans for the curse, and you need to deal with the priests while I'm doing this. I'll be parked in probably 10 minutes or so. But it's this last little bit that's a real motherfucker, because there's 20, 30 distributors here, and there'll be hundreds of fucking trucks to dodge.
Oh, goody. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a construction zone.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Okay, let's stop a little bit playing for that 5-10 minutes and just talk about something else to Bill. Don't disturb Bill because.
Well,
no, I can listen to you guys.
Yeah.
You know, but actually thinking and plotting and
right
is a completely different story.
Constantine.
Okay, I will try to go to library in that city. Maybe I can find something from curse from evil goddess Tiamat. Do I need to roll something for that, Glenn?
I was going to say, if you want to work on the rain curse, you need to give me a investigation check, which investigation is an intelligence-based skill.
Yeah, it's my proficiency and so on. It's something like +7 or something like that I have in such.
Anyway, if you give me a roll for that.
+2 from Roma. Natural 1.
Okay.
I didn't find anything. Even it's 10 with +7 from my and +2 from Roma. It's 10, but still it's natural 1.
Right. Okay. Well,
I didn't find anything like I understand.
Constantine, your investigation, and you talked to some of the other priests and such in town, and well, to be honest, none of you can figure out anything. And the only useful suggestion anybody could give you was the last time we had one of these mega spells, the Oracle told you how to fix it. Maybe you can go and talk to the Oracle. And hopefully she can tell you what to do.
Okay. If we fly, how long it take come to Oracle?
Well, it's 7 days ride, so it'd be 3.5 days flight.
It takes some time. Maybe just come into the fortress, destroy it, and see what we can investigate there, and after that try Oracle.
Well, I was going to do a holy water bomb and a prayer to Bahamut.
Yeah. Oh, can we try to find priest of Bahamut? Because Bill not really priest of Bahamut, but we'll see.
No, but I can sing a really nice hymn.
Not much better. 5 plus my 7 to find that +9. It's 14. Can we fight on 14 roll priest of Bahamut in that town?
Well, most places we wouldn't have much luck with that, but we do have the school for baby good dragons.
Yeah. Yes, but how do I put this? Your school hasn't been built yet, and what you have is your baby dragons in temporary shelters with their nursemaids.
Right, but we don't know exactly who the nursemaids are, so maybe there's a priest in there. Who knows?
Nope. Don't look like it.
Okay.
Now, the the folks from the Union, by the way, have been moving troops up to where the bullywogs are at, and they've also been trying to locate the priest that did the ritual. He rode off with the other cavalry. But there is a task force ready to attack the bullywogs in the fortification. The other guys have not been able to find the cavalry, other than to say they rode into the foothills of the mountains and then started using magical non-detection and pass without trace kind of spells, so we haven't been able to locate them. And it's possible maybe there's something useful in the fortification once they get rid of the bullywogs. They can let you know, unless you guys want to be involved in that direct.
We not have a fight a long time.
Mm-hmm. But otherwise, nobody seems to know anything useful about how to make it quit raining.
Yep. I think that dragon want to terraform in that land in their own swamp. He will join us soon. As far he will just.
Well, black dragon's natural habitat is like swamps and marshes, so it's possible she's trying to turn your country into a big swamp.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I expect something like that. Roma, do you have already light or still sit without?
Yeah, I already have my electricity back, but I probably also need to disconnect for 5-10 minutes because I haven't parked my car properly because of the blackout. So
we can wait you.
Yeah, just Bill is doing his parking. I will do mine.
Yeah, Bill's.
So I won't disconnect. I just mute myself.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he was just pulling into that, whatever he said it was, distribution center.
Yeah.
When I lost his signal.
Yeah, it's obvious. Probably he just switched off that because he needs to make some paperwork or something like that.
Yeah. There. Looks like he's back.
Yep. I'm back.
Okie doke.
You must leave. You just unload your truck and go to another place.
No, I'm going to be here. This is our yard. So they're doing a incoming inspection on the truck and trailer right now.
Okay, I think it's just you deliver something, but if it's your company yard, it's can be a long time till you wait. Do you have some time, or you need to keep attention on inspection?
Well, no, I'm done with that part. Thank you. He's done with his incoming inspection.
Okay.
Now it's time to park, or as I like to call it, the comedy section of our. But I've got to show them my ID here.
Right. Yeah, you should always carry lots of ID. That way, in case you forget who you are, you can look it up.
Right. Hello. Just dropping off an empty.
Empty.
Yep, I'm empty. I'm dropping it off. Then I've got some.
Can you drop the trailer in yard number 3?
I can, yeah.
Thank you very much. See you there.
Thank you. So I've got to take it to yard number 3.
Oh, goody.
Which means I get to do a lovely U-turn in a very tight space.
Oh, right.
But believe it or not, these trucks are really fucking nimble when it comes to that sort of thing. The trick is getting the trailer to do what you want now that you've got your truck where you need it.
Yeah.
Yay! I'm going to show them my ID again.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. And now we're off to yard number 3. Put on my fucking seatbelt though. I don't know why they had me go to yard number 3. There's plenty of fucking empty spaces here, but they pay the bills, so I'll do what they tell me.
Yeah.
It's not that far away. And I have never seen it this dead around here.
Yeah.
Everybody must be resting after the Thanksgiving rush. Because usually there's, trucks as far as the eye can see, and takes you forever to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Generally a fucking pain in the ass.
Right.
I mean, it's still unusual. It's all so green. It's start of December, but all green, like on south, like somewhere in Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got palm trees too.
In Texas?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Texas really huge because I
It
remember
it never freezes down here.
Yeah.
And about that freeze when shut down whole Texas.
Well, that's a different part of Texas. Up in the Panhandle, it freezes.
Texas is a big area. It's like a third world country. It just happens to be hooked onto the United States.
It's actually a little bit larger than Ukraine.
Yeah, that's why I compare with Ukraine, because in south of Ukraine you have something always green, but in south of Ukraine, even in Crimea, when I was on some school competition there in winter, we have something about -20. Usually they're warm territory, a little bit warmer than all another, but again, it's size of Ukraine, and we in any place we can get something -15, -20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, where I'm at is a lot further north than Texas. Yeah. And it gets much colder up here than it does down there. But so far this winter, except for one or two really cold nights, it's actually been pretty nice where I'm at. It's only snowed once so far.
And for us, it will be really great if we have warm winter because of Russians. But we're not so lucky. We already have something about -2, -3 Celsius and snow.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Interesting question about your work. In United States, it's very hard to live without car. When you put your truck on such kind of yacht, what do you do when you need to stay few days, or you just grab your truck and go with them?
Well, I can live in the truck.
Even in such yacht?
I've got food, and I've lived in such yards before. It's not the most fun, but we have another yard that I'm going to go to that's got showers and
that's exactly
washing machine.
My question.
Yeah.
Living in truck, it's good till you have shower and kitchen in it, but like I understand, it's not an option.
So, and the driver of the truck that I'm sitting right next to is playing with his landing gear right now.
Yeah.
So, and I've got my landing gear I've got to go out and mess with. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. We can wait to run a turn back. How your Thanksgiving? You meet your mother, you meet some of your brother.
Yeah.
And where you live now? Because you live in Kansas City, like I remember, and now I thought you live in the same city, but why Bill said it's middle of nowhere? It's capital of whole state. Like I understand, I mismatched something.
Well, yeah, let's see. Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
And when we're done with our game, I'm going to go to Walmart because I'm disconnecting from the trailer.
Right.
You can drive your truck to just go around.
Well, I'd rather stop driving for a minute.
Right.
And concentrate on the game.
Okay. Well, basically, nobody knows how to make it stop raining. Best suggestion is talk to the Oracle. You can attempt a holy water bomb and a hymn if you want.
Well, sometimes those types of brute force things have unexpected consequences. Let's go talk to the Oracle.
Okay. Well, as you said, flying, it'll take you about 3.5 days to get there from where you are. And so if somebody wants to roll for the trip, give me a percentile
You
for the
want
first
to
day.
roll personally, or I will still rolling for you?
Yeah, you go for it. I'm going to get my dice here in just a minute. I'm getting my truck out of the roadway.
Okay.
32.
32. Okay. You will have no random encounters on your first night. And at sundown, you will be in the foothills of the mountains on the desert side. So if somebody wanted to roll me for the overnight.
Obvious choice. Who can go?
Roma.
Roma.
He's still absent, like I see.
Okay.
92.
96. Okay. Once again, you have no random encounters in the overnight. And for your second day's flying,
I've got to find my dice. Hang on.
uh-oh. And your dice are hiding. I can...
No, they're not. They're just put away safely.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
They like to feel secure.
Right.
In a tight, warm, dark place.
Okay.
Okay. You want percentiles, huh?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
48.
Okay. And well, on your second day's flight, you have no random encounters per se, but I need perception checks from you.
Okay.
Okay.
13.
19 before pluses.
Okay. Well, on your second day's flight, you'll be flying over the desert, and you will see the Sphinx that you have met previously, standing in the desert, talking to a group of lizard men. The Sphinx will look up as you fly over.
We'll wave at her. Hi!
And wave at you, yeah. But unless you wish to land, you don't actually have to interact with any of these people. As
I want that my look closer. I want to know that lizard. I don't see common, just high priest or some of his guard. 17 plus 3 from all classes. Can I recognize some of that lizard men?
Yes. With your roll, you will recognize these lizard men. On your first trip over to the Rio Donna, you ran into a bunch of lizard men out on the prairie fighting with each other over meteor worship, I believe. And these lizard men will be wearing the same, tabards or whatever that those guys.
Okay.
They will be the southernmost bunch of the ones that had multiple meteors that they did their ceremonies with.
Okay. That can be eaten without trouble. We can fly away.
They're probably looking for their turtles.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, the
turtles are in the basement of the incomplete casino.
Yes,
in the
they're
menagerie.
still there.
And they're still angry.
Well, yes. Anyway.
Okay.
That's
flying on.
Mm-hmm. And if somebody wants to roll for the second night as you're camping out in the desert.
58.
Let's see. Did you say 58?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. You will be camped out in the desert in the overnight, and when there's a loud commotion going on just outside of your encampment, and it sounds like it's coming closer.
Up into the air we go.
Mm-hmm. And you guys will take to the air, and you will see looks like 7 orcs and 10 of those giant tarantulas involved in a kind of running fight across the desert at night. The orcs...
Not my monkey, not my circus.
I never heard that sentence, but it's
You've never heard that before?
Yes.
I was going to say, I've been hearing people make that expression, oh, gosh, since about the time I graduated college. You know,
I've heard that since I was a child.
Oh, wow.
So my uncles used to use it when they didn't care about something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm not native speaker. I never heard that, but it's funny.
I had a couple of my professors in college that used that expression, you know. I thought it was, well, you know, a real useful expression.
Yes. And really polite. Not so... then give a shit about it and all the stuff. Not my monkey, not my circle. It's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
The best expression I took back from Ukraine is kiss of Poseidon.
Yeah.
It's kind of gross.
Well, yeah.
It's when you're going poop and the last turd falls in and the water splashes back and hits you in the butt.
Yep.
That's the kiss of Poseidon.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say the orcs seem to have used all their javelins, but several of these giant tarantulas have javelins sticking out of them. So,
oh well.
Since you don't plan on doing anything to interfere, they will continue fighting until they
run off into the distance.
Run
or
off
die.
into the night. Oh, by the way, these orcs were all wearing the orc imperial colors. And
right.
If so, they're a hell of a lot further west than they should be. But
well, they're finding out why the desert is not really crossed all that often.
Right.
Yes. And I'm not like that. Maybe Oracle need to move to some much more safety space. Because too many things going around here.
Yep.
Something tells me that she's going to do whatever the hell she wants.
Yes.
Anyway, that's your random encounter for the second night. And if somebody wants to roll for the third day's flying.
Okay. A 19.
A 19. You have no random encounters flying across the desert on the third day. Random encounter check for the overnight.
21.
And you have a quiet night in the desert. And the fourth day, you should arrive at the oasis at noon. If I could get a percentile.
Hot 5.
Let me roll it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Roma's back.
Yeah, let Roman roll.
I'm sorry.
Give us a percentile roll.
87.
87. All right. Well, you have no random encounters, and you will arrive at the oasis.
I always like coming in the night because when it's midnight in the oasis,
Yeah, this is more like high noon in the desert. So
Yeah.
However, there's a lot of shade around this oasis.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And the Oracle will wave at you and greet you when you land. And offer to feed you lunch.
And since we've recently come from the elves, I'm going to unload a whole bunch of elven bread on the Oracle.
All right. That will make her happy.
Well, she probably already knows why we're here.
Yes, she does. Oh, by the way, the lunch special is a coyote and cactus casserole.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Coyote and cactus.
Yep.
Great combination.
And the Oracle will tell you that, yes, she knows why you're here. And that you were correct. It is one of those old weapons developed before the war. And she knows that you want to know where to find a way to fix it. And she will tell you that there are two places that she has divined that there is a counter spell for this curse. One of them is in the swamp on a small island, and that the counter spell was put there on purpose by agents of the Dragon Queen to lure you there, and the whole thing is a big trap. But you probably already knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The other place where there are counter spells for this curse are on the island of the dwarves. Now, you guys don't know where any dwarves are.
Yeah.
You weren't even sure any lived through the war, but you found an obscure reference in some of the travel logs when you stole the ships from the Orc Empire originally that mentions something called the Island of the Dwarves. And it's one of those moving islands. Actually, there's a whole chain of islands down to the south that At certain times of the year, they travel far enough north that the orc ships could reach them before they ran out of food and fresh water. And the rest of the year, those islands move much further south and were out of range to the orcs. Now, the oracle tells you that the dwarves that live on this island have been pretty isolated since the war ended. And some of the other peoples on some of the other islands are bad people. So the dwarves are pretty paranoid, the ones that live there. And if you choose to go to that island and see if you can get the counter spell from the dwarves, she would recommend that you not try to fly to the island, because the dwarves have some hellacious anti-aircraft.
Okay.
She also recommends that you not take a ship that looks like an orcish galley to that island, because the dwarves have seen those before, and they have some pretty good anti-ship defenses as well.
Can I ask some question?
Sure.
We find some estate in Elven Woods that have a different dimension door to some places around that continent. Maybe some of that door going to that island or not.
Well, the oracle tells you that there's a couple of the old teleport devices. You recently traded one to the lion that could, in theory, teleport you directly to the island.
No.
There
That
are
bad device.
There are also a couple of enchanted devices that would allow you to travel through the border etheric and come out on the island. The old magical pathways. And she can tell you where to find these magic items, but the one teleport device that you traded to the cat is not the world's most reliable.
Mm-hmm.
A far more reliable teleport device is currently in the ruins of the old Dragon Emperor's summer palace. So, in theory, you could travel to almost the western end of the continent and search the old ruin and find one. Another there are two other ways of getting there. One of them involves an enchanted, I guess you'd call it tunnel or pathway through the border etheric. The entrance to that is up north at the central one of the Great Lakes. And last you heard about that part of the world, the Green Hag and her witches were fighting the hobgoblins for possession of that place, along with a treant and a bunch of brownies, or actually a bunch of fairies, I should say, were fighting both of the other two.
Okay.
And last but not least of the methods to get you magically directly to the island of the dwarves, okay. It is, at the moment, there is a magic item that would essentially allow you to fly there on a cloud. Now, unfortunately, that particular magic item is in the what used to be the capital of the Giant Kingdom. You were at the capital once. The Cloud Giant, who was the queen at the time and has been overthrown since then, had such a device in her castle. Since then, that part of the world has been taken over by the Second Dragon Empire. And according to the Oracle, that magic item, along with a bunch of others, are currently being transported with a bunch of other loot to the capital of the Second Dragon Empire.
Okay.
As they have conquered that part of the world and are currently looting it.
Right. To the victor goes the spoils.
Right.
Mhm.
And apparently their capital is east of the old Dragon Empire, about a week and a half's ride on the south foothills of the mountain range there.
Okay.
And that magic item is, well, at the moment, on a caravan of treasure part of the way in between those two places.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Do you know of any non-magical ways to get there, like Leviathan that sells rides on his back, or sea elves? Merman, something.
Yeah. She tells you it might be possible for you to talk to the mermen, and the merfolk might aid you. They're not real fond of the volcano worshippers or the shark worshippers that live on two of the other islands near the dwarves. So
well, we've had limited exposure to the volcano guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we would agree with them.
Okay.
Anyway, she tells you that if you wish to talk to the merfolk, that there are currently a group of them watching the coast of the Isle of the Britons. And you could probably go there and run into them.
Okay. What do you guys think?
We must solve trouble with fleet to come to Mermaid. We can try to solve it faster if we, I don't know, would it be faster if we tried to find device in old palace?
Well, it didn't sound like there was anything close except for the fucking trap in the swamp.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was over a month away just to get to the device.
Mm-hmm.
The mermen are a week away, 2 weeks away, something like that. Depends on how long it takes us to find them.
Mm-hmm.
So, although the cloud sounds really nice.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think,
well,
Roma?
Well, it seems no obvious good choice. But what do you think about this trap? I mean, how bad could it be?
I think having the merman would be my choice.
Mm-hmm.
Because we could use some friends on the ocean. We don't have any right now.
No. You have a couple of people in the ocean that are pissed at you right now, but But yes, it might be nice to have some friendly forces on your side.
Well, then,
the other fun thing about mermen and mermaids is that they have the ability to give people water breathing spells. They can automatically cast several of them a day.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go with them, as long as you stick close to the merfolk, you can travel underwater.
And we'll probably be their best buds because we're enemies of the sea hag.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do the
and if you kill any of the volcano, anyway, if you kill any of the volcano worshippers or the shark worshippers, they'll think well of you also, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do the dwarves on the island, by any chance, have advanced anti-submarine defense or something like that? I mean, since they have anti-air, anti-ship defense, they may attack us underwater. But yeah, this is pretty good choice considering the options.
Ooh, dude, don't hit the trailer that hard.
I don't know. I don't see all solution. It's way alone, and we don't know how to fix that. Totally.
Well, we have. We can limit it to, or we can bring it down to like 3 of those options that are actually really good. The cloud transport is just fucking cool. There's no getting around that. That's just fucking cool. Plus, there's a lot more loot around it because it's in a treasure convoy. That's my number one magical method of going there.
Oh, okay.
And the non-magical method of the merfolk, it also seems like a good option because of the long-term prospects of having relations with the mer, you know, trading with them, having allies on the ocean.
Not to mention, if your diplomacy works out, not only would you have allies amongst the merfolk, you'd have a whole island full of dwarves. Of course, that might take a little doing, as they are kind of
standoffish.
Standoffish, yeah.
Oh, and I actually have to drive to fucking Walmart. I can't wait. Well, my maintenance appointment, it's at 5, and it's already 3.
Okay.
So I won't be rolling dice.
Well, I was going to say, if we wanted to, we could stop here for the day, and you guys could think over your options, and we could, whichever one you wanted to do, we could then start with that next week.
I was going to say, since we have dice and we're undecided, why not use our dice to help us decide?
Well, yeah, you could roll for it.
But I really got this option to try to catch that convoy. We already meet it once and want to grab it one more time. It's a fun option from my point of view.
Yeah.
Because really, I don't like underwater. I'm not a dwarf, but I have swimming bed too. Roma, what do you think?
If it would be up to me, I would roll the dice. But since you have preference, yeah, I'll go. Let's try to catch the convoy.
Okay.
So you want to go after the cloud?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's about a
it's about 2 weeks on flight time.
Yeah, it's about 2 weeks by air to get you to the convoy. So
I want, before we leave, talk with Oracle and ask how to use that device. That we're not stuck in situations that we need X as fast as possible go away, but we can use it.
The Oracle tells you that an identify spell should let you know how to use the device.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Okay. We decide we drop the game here or try to do something more, roll a little bit.
Well, all we could, what we'd be doing is just be doing travel rolls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, at this point, you'd be doing travel rolls to get there.
So, will we do it?
Yeah, go for it. Let's do some travel rolls.
Okay.
Until we're out of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't guarantee that my signal will last once we get into town. It seems like inside the city limits of Laredo, the signal was really, really awful.
Right.
So,
okay.
Whose turn is it? Mine? Okay.
Percentile.
47.
47?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not quite enough to get you an encounter. So your first day heading towards the caravan is without incident. If somebody gives me a percentile for the second day,
92.
92 also gets you a quiet flight.
I will roll for Bill.
Thank you.
19.
A 19. So your third day, you will leave the desert and start flying over open country. And somebody roll for day 4.
Roma.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. 36.
36. Your fourth day is quiet. And Constantine, back to you.
8.
An 8
Yes.
for day 5. And you have no encounters on that day either. You were just
roll for Bill.
Roll for Bill.
Yes.
28.
98.
28.
Okay.
20, yeah.
Day 6 is quiet.
And 35.
35 for day 7. Once again, you are just flying right along.
40.
Anyway, what was day 8?
40.
40. Okay.
40. Yeah.
40. Yes. Once again, you have a quiet day's flying. Somebody roll for day 9.
96.
96. Okay, you have a quiet flight on day 9. Day 10.
Roma.
Yeah. 68.
68.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes. On day 10, you have a random encounter. And
we'll lose Bill.
Yeah, seems
Okay.
he's hung up. But we can still roll.
Anyway, on day 10, as you are flying across, let's see, by that point in the journey, you would be right about where the Monster River is. And you are going to be approached by a dragon's ghost. A silver dragon's ghost, I might add. And the ghost will address you and tell you that that you're flying into a rather unstable situation, and that when you reach the treasure caravan that you are currently going towards, there is something a lot more dangerous than the caravan guards there. And that...
and what might that be?
The dragon will, or the dragon's ghost will tell you that there's a creature that is referred to as a Draco Lich. It is a type of undead dragon. And that long before the war, the other dragons, both good and evil, had had enough of this particular dragon who refused to die. And they locked him in a tomb and warded it so that he couldn't get out. And that it had happened so long ago that everyone who doesn't have the lifespan of a dragon has forgotten that the tomb is there. And this person, or this ghost, wants to tell you that when you get to the caravan, you should be very, very careful about combat in that location. Because somewhere very near to where you will catch up to that caravan is that grave. And if during the fighting, well, if it gets broken open, that creature can get out. And, well, a lich that started out its life as a dragon is a bad thing to turn loose. And that this particular dragon has waited since he died to deliver you this message, and now that he has done so, he is going to go to the afterlife.
Rest in peace.
And he wishes you luck.
Thank you. The dragon's wish is my command.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, this was your encounter on day 10. Now, if someone wants to roll me for day 11.
Whose turn is it?
4.
A 4. Okay, you have no random encounters on the 11th day of your flight.
Now I'm sure it's your turn, Roma.
Okay. 22.
And you have no random encounters on day 12. Day 13.
71.
71. Okay, once again, you have no random encounters. And day 14.
15.
A 16.
15. 1-5.
1-5. Okay. That is at the end of the 14th day. You will be approaching your target location. And
that makes this a wonderful place to wrap it up.
Actually, it is. We can fold it up here. And next time, you guys get to rob a treasure caravan and hopefully not turn loose a undead dragon who is buried somewhere around this location.
Hope we all have electricity and an option to join next time. Thank you for good game, Glenn.
Yes.
And thank you guys for a good game too.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yes.
Talk to you. Oh, bye-bye.
All right. Peace out.
Yeah, you guys have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We will.
And
have a good
Bill,
weekend.